Usually, I never get used to read a speech, but for today, I'm gonna read a little speech that we wrote, and this will give you a full picture of what we stand for, where we are, and where we are going. It is indeed an auspicious occasion, a great honor and privilege to be here with you today to launch and celebrate a Nations of Union, One Africa. Swahili Nation One Africa is a global initiative founded to unite Africa, explore the abundant opportunities of growth that exist throughout the continent, harmonize ideas, and best steps to harness these for the benefit of both the young and old generations. To date, Africa remains a continent blessed with numerous resources, yet it is still the poorest in the world. There are numerous internal and external factors that causes this dissonance. The World Bank estimates that by the year 2050, sub-Saharan countries will be home to more than 1 billion people, half of whom will be under 25 years. This demographic stands the best chance at transforming the continent. The most dangerous poverty of all is mind poverty. Colonizers paralyzed Africa decades ago using the education system. The imperialists to date use the divide and rule principle. Africans have for decades been turned against each other. The family unity in Africa, which served a pivotal as a building block of human behavior and society at large, where formative values and respect and responsibility were instilled by parents, all the social order is now disintegrating. Should we sit back and continue complaining while cursing the neo-colonialists? My people, eradicating mind poverty in Africa starts by acknowledging our history, being aware of the present, building on the future, and learning from our mistakes. My people perished and being destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Knowledge remains the biggest challenge we face as Africans. Even with little knowledge we possess, partly our minds have been brainwashed and misinformed. The divide and rule approach of the colonialists remain prevalent even in the current times. Africa, we have allowed ourselves to be divided along with tribes, religion, skin color, clans, ethnicity, amongst others. One Africa, we declare our diversity is our strength. We embrace unity in diversity. Generations behind us are silently pleading for direction. The time is now to reconcile with ourselves, neighbors, and the whole continent. It will be a long road to healing, but in solidarity, we break away from the chains of division and walk the path to freedom. As we forge through this era of technological revolution, Africa should concurrently embrace transformative global trends, especially targeting our education policies. We should create tech corners and replicate across the continent to acquaint professionals in Africa with different trends on education and technology aimed at connecting them with the rest of the world. Unity, peace, and love run a resounding aloe. These three sum can only come through initiatives that promote equality of opportunity. Africa is the world's youngest continent with 60% of its population under the age of 25 years. Africa is an envy of the globe, accounting for 19% of the globe youth population. Let us tap into the readily available labor force of the young men and women and detract them from joining extremism. Free them from taking risk journeys across Mediterranean Sea and from appalling conditions and inhuman treatment some experience in the Gulf region. We need to harness the potential of our young people. World Bank estimate that 40% of youth who join extremism are motivated by economic inequality. The exodus of our youth and other professionals through legal or illegal immigration should be a concern for all of us. Our social fabric is being broken, yet human capital is in abundance in Africa. Africans, We have the power to reverse the brain drain into skills gain. I envision an Africa where everyone gets quality education and accessible health service, where no one will be scared to show their ethnicity, religion, or belief, where everyone can traverse freely without being scared of their safety, where everyone is respected for just being a human, where love and peace are our resources for being. Giving is cherished. Sacrificing in service for the benefit of others are honored, where integrity, honesty, hard work, and result-based leadership are the core motivation for all people, especially those who lead us. One Africa needs more than just talent and passion. We need a rich network of like-minded people, dedicated professionals, experts in various fields, and vast ideas on moving forward to bring about change and prosperity to our beautiful continent, Mother Africa. For a long time, Western media and other foreign nations have manipulated and distorted the truth about Africa for their own gain. No one else can defend Africa but Africans. No one else can support or change this continent, Africa, but Africans. Africa is our home. Africa is our heritage. Africa is our pride. Africa is for Africans. That's why you clap, guys. Thank you, thank you. Collapse the borders. We, the African youth, are ready and energized to build our continent into prosperity. We have the ability to solve our own challenges without external interference and manipulation. We are advancing to reach all Africans across the planet through conversation for a better Africa. We are on a mission to defend the image and heritage of Africa, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. The core essence of our unity is towards a one Africa of solidarity and peace and love. Knowledge is power. Our people need to be empowered through genuine knowledge based on our values, customs, beliefs, and Africa before colonization. Let us join hands and share in the vision of our humanity, the vision for a one Africa. With all humility, I pledge today that one Africa will unite and build Africa and its people despite of our differences, because our diversity is the key pillar of our unity. I sincerely thank and welcome you abroad to go with me in this journey. Thank you so much. Appreciate. Let me just finish by saying that my tribe is Africa. My tribe is one Africa. Whatever tribe you have, it's Africa. And that's how we can unite each other. Appreciate, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, welcome to the stream, my people. Welcome to the stream. Hope you guys are having a very beautiful Sunday. It's a very chilly Sunday evening in the east coast of Africa. Hope you guys are having better weather than us. It's cold and it's raining, but it's also good weather. We also enjoy, man, because you know it was hot a few minutes ago. So yeah. So welcome, guys. Welcome to the stream. And I'd like to let me start with a short word of prayer before we begin the stream. Continuing from last time was a very long stream, very heated stream, but we have to finish the debate. We have to talk about the recovery of the trauma, because last time we really focused on the mental trauma of abortion, both on men and women. So today we're just talking about the recovery, and maybe a few questions on the morality. But yeah, so yeah, let me start with the word of prayer. Heavenly Father, may this be a glorious stream. In your holy name we pray and believe in. Amen. So yeah, let's begin. First of all, guys, let me don't forget that we are having a how do I do this? Don't forget that we are having a fundraiser for the offices and the studios of One Africa, guys. So always keep donating, guys. Don't even during this stream on this beautiful Sunday, end the week with a donation. End the week with a donation for the One African studios, One African offices, so that we can also have, you know, so that everybody can know that this is where we are and we're not hiding. We are taking on the world as it is. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy the stream. I hope I will enjoy the stream as we continue. So since we're done with this part, let me go back to the tabloids that we had today, guys. So yeah, so this week I've just been watching the news and just stuff like and reading maybe newspapers, and I found something very interesting. You know, I don't know if they watch One Africa. Maybe the media watches One Africa and I mean Swahili Nation, and they decided to make articles about it. You never know who's watching. But yeah, this is something interesting I found out quite quite recently. This just to recap. This article is a good recap of what we had last time. So yeah, the risk of let me give you the name. The name is Women with History of Stillbirth Face Stroke. Face, this is what we're talking about, the bias of the media, because they do everything, but they don't want to talk about abortion because that's a very political subject. So women who suffer a miscarriage or stillbirth are at higher risk of getting a stroke later in life, scientists have warned. A stroke occurs when blood vessels of a brain ruptures, bleeds, and when there is a blockage in blood supply to the brain. According to an Australian university made this study. Those who are universities tend to be leftist, so it is very interesting how they'll twist this. Those who have had one miscarriage are at a higher risk by 8%. Two miscarriages have a risk of 26%, while three miscarriages raise a risk of 82% of a stroke. Basically, 80%. If you had three miscarriages in quotes, you will have you have an 82% chance of suffering a stroke. The findings published by the British Medical Journal further revealed that the risk of suffering a non-fatal stroke, these are fatal strokes, 35% higher among women who have had three miscarriages and above. Two miscarriages increase the risk of non-fatal stroke by 12%. The team included, they did 600,000 women aged between 32 and 73 years. They excluded women who had gotten stroke before the age of 40. Among the participants, okay, this is just about the statistics of the. Let me post the link. It's just statistics of the study. There you go, guys. Also, let me post the link of the fundraiser. I think it's important for you guys to get it. Let's see if we can get that. How the heck do you get a web address? There you are. So this is the fundraiser we are doing in One Africa, so that you guys have an easier time. Let me see if I can pin it. Can I pin it? Can I? How do you pin a fundraiser? I don't know. So I don't know how to pin it, guys. You're gonna have to forgive me. No. Maybe I'm using the wrong one. No, I don't know how to pin it. But this is it. This is the fundraiser here. Don't forget to contribute $5, €5 for 5,000 people. It's for a good cause. So if you have some spare sadaka, as we call it in East Africa. That's the money you give to, I don't know what they call it. Is it offerings in the church? If you have some spare, put some for One Africa, so that we can have proper offices, so that we can have proper studios, and the quality of the content increases exponentially. So let's go back to what we're talking about: women with history of. So this is an article in Kenya. It's a Kenyan. Nation Africa is a Kenyan media house. It's a huge. It's one of the top 3 media houses in Kenya, probably in East Africa. But yeah, so this is, maybe they watched our stream last Sunday and they decided to post this. But sometimes how the energies align. How, for those who are spiritualists, how things align. Sometimes the universe aligns, and maybe this is what we were meant to talk about. But this research can contribute to stroke prevention and improve monitoring of women with such kinds of history. So for women who have a history of recurrent miscarriages or stillbirth, the scientists linked heightened risks of stroke. Basically, where is it? Here's what I wanted us to check. This part. This is the part where I found interesting. History of loss or death of a baby during or before birth and the recurrent miscarriages. They call it miscarriages, but if you look at here, loss or death of a baby can be considered a stroke risk factor that is female specific. So yeah, this is an issue just for women. Risks difference, while risk differs according to subtypes, and people are different genetically or something like that. So yeah, basically this is what was found. I think this week, just after we talked about abortion, they put up this article. So yeah, just an interesting fact, just to recap what we were talking about. Let me post another article. Do mothers have more rights than fetuses? In Kenya, the question of abortion is largely evaluated from the moral compass and religious compass, as opposed to women's rights and medical science. Yeah. For instance, this is a pro-choice article. For instance, according to Bishop, this is a bishop, abortion must not be allowed. According to the Church of Kenya, basically, abortion must not be allowed regardless of the circumstances. Abortion is murder. It is unethical, immoral, and contrary to God's expectation of us. The church says this. In an instance where the woman decides to procure an abortion because she got pregnant as a result of an act of rape, Bishop Tagana says that the act of abortion will be tantamount to 2 wrongs that don't. Nathaniel made this point last week. So the church agrees with Nathaniel that just 2 wrongs that don't make a right. Life begins at conception, and abortion should not be allowed under whatever circumstances. A woman who gets pregnant from rape should be shown love by the society and not be encouraged to get an abortion. He, however, acknowledges that there could be a social stigma associated with this type of pregnancy, parenthood, and childhood, especially if the child ever gets to know about it. Nevertheless, the baby is innocent of the rape and must not be made a victim of circumstances, says Bishop Tagana, who is the church. So we are living in the days of great medical advancement. Rescue measures of both baby and mother should be available. God also heals through prayers. Okay, this is when the life of the mother is at risk. He says that medicine these days is advanced, that you can save both the mother and the baby. Procurement of abortion reflects the conception of the unwanted pregnancy. According to the 2014 Demographic Health Survey, unsafe abortions in Kenya accounted for 35% of maternal deaths. So, damn. So yeah, this was not the first national data to set how unintended pregnancies affect Kenya. Basically, 43% of women had unplanned pregnancies in 2008, 2009 in Kenya. But we already went through these statistics last week. So it may be easy to assume that it's single women who are involved in majority of abortion cases. But according to the study, nearly 2/3 of the women who sought post-abortion care services were married. 22% were single, 12% were divorced or separated, and 44.4% were widowed. A related study that was conducted by Mary Stopes. We talked about those guys. Published in the Science of blah blah blah. KNH. Okay. Also showed that a significant number of women who procure abortion for the first time will likely do it again. It's a very interesting point. A significant number of women who procure abortion for the first time will likely do it again. Why is this? I wonder. I fall pregnant when I'm not financially or mentally ready. I will definitely go for an abortion. This is a 30-year-old woman who's saying this. She says that the scale of reproduction is always tilted in the favor of men because they are not as affected by the burden of pregnancies as women are. Which is true. There is no justification for keeping pregnancies that ruin your entire life just to conform to society. No one will help me raise my unplanned unwanted baby. No one will mind my mental wellness. If I am not ready, I will not keep it. This is Alice Mwende, pro-abortion, strong pro-choice, or hard pro-choice. Her sentiments resonate with those of La Patrona, a reproductive justice advocate and feminist. Ms. Patrona says that there is nothing that inconveniences many young women, especially those from humble backgrounds, more than unplanned inconvenience. Unplanned pregnancies are quite inconvenient. Men can check out of being parents so easily, but as a woman, you usually have to stick with that baby to the end. It's true. Miss Patrona cautions that a woman must not proceed to have a baby she is not ready for. This is the debate we had last time. So if you guys wanna maybe later you'll probably rewatch the other stream. I think it's got timestamps, so you can just check which part we had this type of conversation. Do not have children you cannot take care of. Use condoms. Ooh. Contraceptives. Take emergency pills every weekend if you have to. Okay. Now here is where like it starts light. Use condoms. It starts, then abstain. Starts light, then use contraceptives. Then it goes take emergency pills every weekend. Get that abortion, but never allow yourself to keep a child you're not ready for, because that's like the worst thing. Because it is the greatest form of violence you can ever. Keeping the child is the greatest form of violence that you can ever subject yourself to. It's a very interesting. Her name is Miss Patron. I don't think she's African. While some women are able to procure self-abortion, the vast majority of women take unsafe route in an unlicensed back street. Oh yeah, welcome guys to the stream. I hope you guys, just checking if you guys can hear me. Okay, when I was talking, what does this have to do with abortion? No, okay, I have to go back to that. I have to go that. Okay, let me go back to that previous article. This time, that's why I should always check the comments. What it has to do with abortion is because of the loss of a child. That was the point I was trying to make. Here, where is it? Here is where my point was. History of or loss of death of a baby. So This is the point they were trying to make, but they can't. But I was just pointing out how they are playing around with words. They can't really mention abortion because of their we talked about last week about the bias of just the whole world, basically the medical industry, the research industry, everybody. They can't mention abortion, so but they'll play around with the words like, oh, history of loss of baby during or before birth. Then this is the point they made, but they didn't want to become so controversial, so they use this point. Then they go and recurrent miscarriages can be considered a stroke risk factor that is female specific, while risks differed because of stroke subtypes. So that was the point I was trying to make, my sister Samira. That was the point I was trying to make, that loss of a baby has traumatic effects on the mother. You feel like they're two different. You know what? I'll drop the link later and we'll have this discussion. Let me finish this video because these are you're making probably very interesting points. But we're going to have this discussion. So where was I? While some women are able to procure safe abortions, the vast majority of women take the unsafe route in an unlicensed backstreet clinics. The life and financial consequences of unsafe abortions have been. Yeah, this is facts. That a lot of women die because of unsafe abortion. That's just something that we need to check out also. The report estimated that in Kenya, 400,000, let me just round off to 450,000 abortions are procured every year. These cases could be higher since they are only figures that are officially reported by health centers. So yeah, a lot of women are aborting. The legality, illegality, and the moral dilemma around abortion has gained prominence globally following the Roe versus Wade decision over in America. So according to Harriet Onyego, the advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and a member of the Young Lawyers, this is about the Roe versus Wade committee. The overturning of Roe versus Wade risks eroding a woman's fundamental right to her bodily autonomy, a right that ought to be holistically protected. She explains that this decision was overturned by the Supreme Court of the United States in its decision. Oh yeah, this is about lawyer stuff. This is basically Roe. I think everybody knows about what happened with the Roe versus Wade. Here in Kenya, Ms. Onyego safe abortion is still permissible only within the bounds of Article 26. Yeah, basically, if you are in Kenya, abortion is legal. In fact, it's written here, right? Abortion provides that abortion may only be permitted if, in the opinion of a trained health professional, there is need for an emergency treatment or the life or health of the mother is in danger, or if permitted by any other written law. This must be conducted only by registered and licensed medical professionals using proper equipment, employing basically, I think you got the gist. However, Ms. Onyego adds that whereas Kenyan law permits safe abortions, albeit on specific situations, this does not necessarily prevent women and young girls with unwanted pregnancies from electing to undergo the procedure illegally. The effects of safe abortion and the legal and morality dilemma in Kenya are exemplified in the case of an 18-year-old girl who died in 2018 after suffering complications from unsafe abortion. They are basically 35% of girls in Kenya die from abortion. She had procured an abortion for $15. So this is $15 from a chemist who used metal rods, hangers, Yeah, it's gruesome. While she received post-abortion care at numerous hospitals, she sustained a chronic kidney disease. Okay, okay. Maybe Marie Antoinette can tell us how an abortion and the kidney are related. In the landmark ruling that was delivered by the High Court in 2019, a five-judge bench an equivalently termed abortion as illegal in Kenya. Abortion is illegal, save for the case specified in yeah. The judge. So yeah, so this is how this happened. You know, Roe versus Wade, the Kenyan version of Roe versus Wade happened in 2019 and it was overturned. So I didn't know this. The judges had ruled that any Kenyan woman can go to a licensed health facility and procure an abortion on the basis that there are guidelines to support the process. This ruling effectively restored the abortion guidelines that had been. Wait, I think I'm not understanding the law here. Yeah, the five-judge bench termed abortion as illegal in Kenya. Okay, so abortion is illegal apart from apart from the part where the woman is. They're basically apart. You can't do it unless there are specific criteria you have to achieve. Because the withdrawal of the national guidelines on safe abortion amounts to discrimination. So the government of Kenya does not like the abortion, by the way. The government of Kenya is anti-abortion. It's pro-life to the core. It doesn't, like, they go out of their way to just make it frustrating for women to get an abortion. That's what from what I understand. So yeah, this is actually, even the court had to like order the government, like, yeah, give people guidelines to how to get abortions. This ruling was echoed by March 2020, like a few months ago, the Malindi High Court, which found that abortion care is necessary and asked Parliament to enact an abortion law that allows such exemptions. Yeah, when you look at 35% of women dying, at some point you have to accept that they need help. In this ruling, the High Court also set free a minor who had undergone post-abortion care, and you can't be arresting girls for having abortion. I think that's what the High Court is put up there. Like, that's not how it's supposed to be. The position of High Court is a step in the right direction, given that the court called for parliamentary enactment of reforms towards advancing sexual and reproductive health rights. It also emphasizes that no person may be denied emergency medical treatment, including post-abortion care, that is medically given to women for treatment of abortion complications. Despite abortion being undertaken in tens of thousands every year, the cases of abortion are reported to the authorities remain acutely low. This suggests that unsafe abortions occur unnoticed by national. Dr. Tudwa says that many women procuring an abortion is not as so much about legality of the process, but the morality and the stigma associated with it. No woman wants to walk down the street bearing the abortion tag. The stigma associated with abortion is one of the reasons we have hundreds of women suffering and reporting effects of unsafe abortion when it's already too late for effective post-abortion care service. So abortion continues to be highly stigmatizing in Kenya, with communities perceiving that abortion are linked to promiscuity and engaging in sex work or prostitution. In Kenya, okay, Mary stops. These guys. Medical procedure. There are two methods that are used to make. Okay. This is about 56% of women who confess having an abortion took abortion pills. 44% had surgical abortion. 80% of all women reported that getting transport money to go to the clinic to procure money was not a problem. However, more women tended to face difficulties in meeting the actual cost of the abortion. Oh yeah, it's a very weird point. But basically, women had the money to go to the abortion clinic, but didn't have the money for the abortion. The illegality of abortion means that it can be quite costly affair that will require you to have the right network. As such, high costs and risks of facing a jail sentence As you can say, we can't be jailing. Personally, I don't think we should be jailing women for having abortions. As such, high costs and risk of failing or facing a jail sentence, social wrath may keep married and unmarried women trooping to the back streets for unsafe clinics. Post-abortion care services providers have not had it easy either. 2018, Mary Stopes was ordered to stop providing abortion-related services by the health ministry over what was termed as running an abortion by choice. Oh yeah, yeah. We talked last week. We talked about the media and abortion, the social media and abortion, and we actually talked about Mary Stopes, how they put up ads up for abortion. So yeah, the ban on reproductive health facility was, however, lifted by December, but after the health ministry determined that the facility was not encouraging and inviting women to carry out abortion by choice. Over 3 weeks that the ban was in effect, the clinics reported turning away 3 women who needed. Oh my God. So basically, the abortion debate is quite complicated. That's what I have to say, because this perspective of the church, the perspective of morality, the perspective of lots of people. So yeah, guys, welcome to the stream. Welcome Sam, welcome Samira, welcome Betty, Hailu. Who else? Welcome Aria. Welcome Brindy Tech. Welcome Yenatan. Come. Let me check out the stream. Abortion is the termination of pregnancy. It could be induced and spontaneous. The term miscarriage is not used in. The United States is expected to slowly increase the population. Oh, okay. This is the 364 to and fall to 86 by. Yeah. The US just checked out their population statistics and just did the math and said, you know what, we need to keep the people. Instead of focusing on abortion politicians who are mostly men that dictate abortion, should worry about and work on the health survival of those that are born and die in infancy due to poor health care. Yeah, it's a good point. By 2100, African population will rise to 3 billion. China population is expected to peak in 4 years to 1.4 billion, falling to. So the guys are making decisions that are going to affect them 100 years in the future. Yeah, the biggest threat to the West might be large African armies. This is just an idea based on the information I just posted. Yeah. But you can still make her body my choice. Her body my choice. Yeah, but you can still make. Yeah, I think you can still. Africa can still come up with a large army with the population it has now. But yeah, they could probably, because if you have big African countries like Nigeria already has more than 200 million people. You have countries like Congo, countries like Ethiopia with more hundreds of millions of people. So definitely there will be some people. In the end of the day, population. They say even when you look at the war in Ukraine, it doesn't matter how many weapons you have, but your army needs personnel. Because the problem they are having even in all over the world, if you don't have enough personnel even to take over a city, as you can see here, we are seeing live action of how cities are taken over, how cities are sieged. If you don't have the right enough personnel, they say to mount a proper invasion, you need to outnumber the population 3 to 1. So yeah, let's go to the topic of today, guys. Let's go to the topic of today. Let me see if I can share it. So we had the abortion discussion last week. So I'm just going to have to continue to where we left. What's this? So, yeah. Yeah, she did. Yeah. I hope we can tickle her to come back today also to make her points. I think she had heavy points. You know, with this issue, but let me tell you something. The more you research about abortion, the more your opinion changes. That's just a fact. Like the more you research about abortion, the more today you might start pro-choice, then you in between you become pro-life, then you continue to see the facts, then you become pro-choice again. It's very complicated. It's just very confusing and complicated. But in the end of the day, it depends on your objective. Like, do you want it? Because in the end of the day, you don't want, you can be saying you're saving babies, then mothers are dying because of illegal abortion, right? So you're not saving lives, and just people are still dying. So at some point, I think, I don't know, it's everybody should just have their own opinion in the end of the day. At the end of the day, I think it's like religion at this point. I think at this point it's just like religion. You can have your opinion, and you can argue with somebody, and you probably both of you on both sides will have legitimate points. So today I'm looking at trauma. Trauma, because I think last week we established, even right now we've just established that there is a trauma that comes with abortion. Like, maybe not all of the women who have abortion will have trauma, but even if that 40%, that 30% of the women who are having trauma because of abortion, today we're talking about you. Today we are helping you, because this topic, nobody talks about it. It's like a taboo topic, like nobody wants to acknowledge that there is trauma. Nobody, like, let's just talk about it, because you might be experiencing some issues, and because everybody is like, nah, you can't experience issues. It's a safe process. It's a legitimate process. There is nobody wants to listen to it. And we actually looked at the statistic. I think, is it 58% of psychiatrists don't even acknowledge that abortion can create trauma. In fact, the article I put just today, the one, it was this week. That was just a recent study that, yeah, losing a baby is it's crazy. It's crazy. And there's also the perspective of the men, because nobody talks about the men. Because in the end of the day, as a man, I speak as a man, that's my seed, and denial of fatherhood is traumatic. Like, when you expect to be a father and then it's been denied from you, there's no way that doesn't help you. It doesn't take a toll on your mental space. Takes a lot of energy, basically, So yeah, that's what I'm talking about today. Let me give, this is a study that was done. I think it was done in America, but let me just read from the studies. Let me just go to the conclusion. We talked a lot about the study last time anyway. There are timestamps in the film, in the second last timestamp. We'll see that this is what we talked about. But I wanted us to conclude that part. Then we continue to the how to heal from the trauma. But men who, from the study, said that it is clear that men do suffer after abortion. Men who pressure their partners to abort often suffer a sense of guilt, sorrow later on, and men who are not allowed to participate in the decision or who oppose their partner's decision to abort experience anger and frustration, often leading to, and this is something that also happens. Majority of relationships, the moment you decide to have an abortion, the chances of you breaking up is almost guaranteed. It's in the 80% or something. That's just, guys, look that up. It's high, that the moment you and your partner just know that experience will break you up. That's just statistics that are just majority. little research, even if you both agree, that it's the right thing, it just it does something. So that's what I wanted to explore, because it's not often explored. We can talk about all the points of abortion, which we already know. You can even open the TV and they'll talk about it. But let's talk about something that's not talked about, because this is the hidden hand. So let's talk about the things that are hidden. The things that are not seen, are not talked about, that you will not experience, or you will not hear somewhere else, because nobody's talking about it. Let's talk about the mental effects of abortion. Little research has been carried out. However, yeah, basically, men are also affected. Like nobody, like I when I began this, and I never knew that men also suffer some serious consequences just because of abortion. Because you never think about the man who wanted the child, and he's been denied the right to fatherhood. That's a huge trump. I can't even believe. I know men can't even fathom. You can't even fathom that that might happen to you in life, but that has happened to many men. You can't even fathom that. Like, you had somebody else your child, and you want the child, and you can't have it. It's a huge traumatic experience. They say it is a play. An experience of powerlessness. You know, because as a man, you want to, the instinct to protect. The instinct, when you start hearing that you have a child, whether you like it or not, you're going to have an imagination of, okay, how will the child be? What type of father will I be? And you start to entertain these thoughts. That's just a fact. When you will start to entertain these thoughts, and already, when you get this information, you already, that instinct of a father, it starts to set in, it starts to creep in. Then when it's just ripped off, there has to be some mental consequences. So yeah, this is the point. Let me see where. Yeah, page 13. Let me see. Then there's this weird. I think that's basically. Whatever physical, emotional, or spiritual agony the woman has suffered. This is a confession of a man. I was not by her side to support her. I turned my face away. My behavior was in all respects craven, immoral. My feelings of responsibility and guilt are undiminished by the fact that the woman had full, basically, even if he didn't have a say that it's the woman who had the legal authority to make the decision, he still feels guilty and immoral. He still feels responsible. I could have made us because he feels like I could have made a strong case for having the child. That's what he feels. This is just somebody. This is 1995. This guy is a writer or something. He said that I could have made a strong case for having the child, but instead I urged her along the path of death. You see, there's this saying. I don't know. I didn't write who wrote the quote, which is my mistake. But he says that abortion remains an caused unintentional human death experience. No matter how, of course, there are those who will play a lot of mental dynamics with it. But in the end of the day, it is whatever the feelings you experience after it. From what I'm reading here, and from what we talked about last week, and from the studies we saw, that the feelings is the same as the feelings you experience when somebody close to you dies. It just so it's still a death experience. Yeah. So today we're talking about today I wanted us to go now as we conclude this topic. Let's talk about. Let me show you. There's a book I read, and let's put it up for you guys so that you can see where it comes from. Where is it? It's called Her Choice to Heal. It's from a woman who experienced abortion. So as it loads up, it's already loaded up. Nice. Today technology is behaving, guys. There we are. So yeah, this is the book I actually read. It's a very deep book. It's from a lady who experienced an abortion herself, and she went through a lot of mental turmoil. But she decided to write for it so that other women who have gone through this, whether you're the minority that have gone through this, that hey, this is her journey. So the name is Her Choice to Heal. It's about finding the spiritual and emotional peace after an abortion. So yeah, let's we're gonna dive into this book. So if you are because she really talked a lot of great points, and I really wanted and I'm really just basing this part of the stream on her own points and her own views, because it's like the best book I could find about abortion. 'Cause- so in when you're dealing with there's something called post-abortion syndrome. Let's see if I can Google it. So you can post-abortion syndrome. Basically, there is a group of women who so let me see. A very interesting point Sam you've made here. So the plenty of debate also surrounds the idea so post-abortion syndrome refers to the intense distress that has a lasting impact on the mental health of a woman. But I think also men are affected. There are just no studies, but I guarantee you there are men affected. Because I've seen it. Men are also affected. Some argue that it is a legitimate. What the heck is this? So what's the deal? Yeah, what's the deal with post-abortions? Abortion is a topic that is still myth. You might heard, for example, that abortion can increase breast cancer and it can make. These are just myths. Plenty of debate surrounds the idea on the link between abortion and severe emotional symptoms. Some people suggest that abortion is a traumatic experience that can result in post-abortion syndrome, which results into intense distress that has a lasting impact on mental health. Some argue that this is a legitimate medical condition, while others suggest it's a made-up phenomenon intended to dissuade people from sin. Basically pro-choice versus pro-life. To clear things up, here's a closer look of what we do and don't know about abortion and mental health. Those who support the existence of post-abortion syndrome have compared it with PTSD, suggesting that it shares many of the same symptoms: tearfulness, mood changes including anger, sadness, grief, numbness, depression, guilt, flashback, nightmares, substance abuse, relationship self-esteem, fear of future pregnancies. Some also argue that it can play a role in sexual behavior and stuff like that, withdrawing from romance, losing interest in sex, experience oh yeah. Some connect this change to sexual interest in other symptoms. Is it real? People often do experience intense emotion just before and immediately having an abortion, but experts haven't found any evidence to suggest this lingers to have a lasting impact on mental health. In addition, there is no official diagnosis. Basically, there is no research. International class. Oh, these are just bodies. On the contrary, research overwhelmingly research does not, in most cases, causes trauma. Does not, in most, cause a trauma or contribute to lingering distress. A few of the many medical organizations have. Yeah. So basically, this is the official line of the health. This is a health line. I think it's a health website. So this is the official line of the health industry or bodies of the health industry. Okay, this is a psychiatrist. She emphasizes that this is a psychiatrist now. She says that while people can certainly experience complex emotion related to abortion, attempting to pathologize the experience doesn't help. In her practice, she observed that everyone's response to abortion is different, ranging from complicated to quite simple. So these are things that people feel when they get an abortion: lack of support. So there is no right or wrong way to feel after an abortion. You might in fact have a lot of different feelings, some neutral, some negative, some positive. But no matter what kind of emotions you experience, they're entirely valid. Yeah. So that's basically. Oh. Okay. Seems like I didn't show that part. So back to the book. So guys, I think, wait, first of all, guys, you might need to give me like a second. But in the meantime, guys, remember that we are contributing and we are trying to get ourselves a beautiful office, guys, so that our content continues to, and the community continues to grow, so that even you guys, when you want to go to a physical location of One Africa, you can. If you want to meet the guys in Swahili Nation, you can. So yeah, please, guys.
Usually, I never get used to read a speech.
Contribute.
But for today, I'm gonna read a little speech that we wrote, and this will give you a full picture of what we stand for, where we are, and where we are going. It is indeed an auspicious occasion, a great honor and privilege to be here with you today to launch and celebrate a nations of union, One Africa. Swahili Nation One Africa is a global initiative founded to unite Africa, explore the abundant opportunities of growth that exist throughout the continent, harmonize ideas, and best steps to harness these for the benefit of both the young and old generations. To date, Africa remains a continent blessed with numerous resources, yet it is still the poorest in the world. There are numerous internal and external factors that causes this dissonance. The World Bank estimates that by the year 2050, sub-Saharan countries will be home to more than 1 billion people, half of whom will be under 25 years. This demographic stands the best chance at transforming the continent. The most dangerous poverty of all is mind poverty. Colonizers paralyzed Africa decades ago using the education system. The imperialists to date use the divide and rule principle. Africans have for decades been turned against each other. The family unity in Africa, which served a pivotal as a building block of human behavior and society at large, where formative values and respect and responsibility were instilled by parents, all the social order is now disintegrating. Should we sit back and continue complaining while cursing the neo-colonialists? My people, eradicating mind poverty in Africa starts by acknowledging our history, being aware of the present, building on the future, and learning from our mistakes. My people perished and being destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Knowledge remains the biggest challenge we face as Africans. Even with little knowledge we possess, partly our mind have been brainwashed and misinformed. The divide and rule approach of the colonialists remain prevalent even in the current times. Africa, we have allowed ourselves to be divided along with tribes, religion, skin color, clans, ethnicity, amongst others. One Africa, we declare our diversity is our strength. We embrace unity in diversity. Generations behind us are silently pleading for direction. The time is now to reconcile with ourselves, neighbors, and the whole continent. It will be a long road to healing, but in solidarity, we break away from the chains of division and walk the path to freedom. As we forge through this era of technological revolution, Africa should concurrently embrace transformative global trends, especially targeting our education policies. We should create tech corners and replicate across the continent to acquaint professionals in Africa with different trends on education and technology aimed at connecting them with the rest of the world. Unity, peace, and love run a resounding aloe. These three sum can only come through initiative that promote equality of opportunity. Africa is the world's youngest continent with 60% of its population under the age of 25 years. Africa is an envy of the globe, accounting for 19% of the globe youth population. Let us tap into the readily available labor force of the young men and women and detract them from joining extremism. Free them from taking risk journeys across Mediterranean Sea and from appalling conditions and inhuman treatment some experience in the Gulf region. We need to harness the potential of our young people. World Bank estimate that 40% of youth who join extremism are motivated by economic inequality. The exodus of our youth and other professionals through legal or illegal immigration should be a concern for all of us. Our social fabric is being broken, yet human capital is in abundance in Africa. Africans, we have the power to reverse the brain drain into skills gain. I envision an Africa where everyone gets quality education and accessible health service, where no one will be scared to show their ethnicity, religion, or belief, where everyone can traverse freely without being scared of their safety, where everyone is respected for just being a human, where love and peace are our resources for being. Giving is cherished. Sacrificing in service for the benefit of others are honored, where integrity, honesty, hard work, and result-based leadership are the core motivation for all people, especially those who lead us. One Africa needs more than just talent and passion. We need a rich network of like-minded people, dedicated professionals, experts in various fields, and vast ideas on moving forward to bring about change and prosperity to our beautiful continent, Mother Africa. For a long time, Western media and other foreign nations have manipulated and distorted the truth about Africa for their own gain. No one else can defend Africa but Africans. No one else can support or change this continent, Africa, but Africans. Africa is our home. Africa is our heritage. Africa is our pride. Africa is for Africans. That's why you clap, guys. Thank you. Collapse the borders. We, the African youth, are ready and energized to build our continent into prosperity. We have the ability to solve our own challenges without external interference and manipulation. We are advancing to reach all Africans across the planet through conversation for a better Africa. We are on a mission to defend the image and heritage of Africa, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. The core essence of our unity is towards a one Africa of solidarity in peace and love. Knowledge is power. Our people need to be empowered through genuine knowledge based on our values, customs, beliefs, and Africa before colonization. Let us join hands and share in the vision of our humanity, the vision for a one Africa. With all humility, I pledge today that one Africa will unite and build Africa and its people despite of our differences, because our diversity is the key pillar of our unity. I sincerely thank and welcome you abroad to go with me in this journey. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let me just finish by saying that my tribe is Africa. My tribe is one Africa. Whatever tribe you have, it's Africa. And that's how we can unite each other. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Okay, guys, yeah. There's a short commercial break so that nobody forgets that we are having a fundraising. So yeah, I think Samira, you asked a very interesting question, and I had to just go back or to load these documents just to show you. So yeah, the question is, what type of how does you ask a very interesting question about what? Let me look for the question first. That if the mother wants it, is it traumatic? Let me see if I get it, because that's the question. I think it was far behind, but let me see. I think I can get it. Yeah, here. But choosing to abort a child and losing a child due to medical conditions are two different things. So yeah, let's get into this and let's see. So here is just a perspective of two different women. One. Let's listen to their story. These are fictional people. They are we don't know if they have a boy. These are just fictional people. But Ali Ulrich is a 15-year-old. She's a teenager, a victim of verbal and emotional physical abuse, including 3 incidents of sexual molestation. She now has low self-esteem with bouts of anxiety, depression, suicide ideas, while her parents are not regular churchgoers. She attended Catholic grade school. She believes in God. She believes abortion is killing a baby. She is not a good student and she has no concrete career goals. She has always wanted to be a mother, loves babies, fantasizes about how she will find fulfillment in giving the love to her children that she never received from her own mother. So just look at this. This is a very interesting story. Given Ali's yearning to escape and get acceptance and true love, she is vulnerable to men. Definitely. There are men who like who can just sense, who can sense vulnerability. So she gets a 22-year-old man, seduces her 15-year-old, with whom she falls madly in love with and aspires to have a happy future. When she learns that she is pregnant, now she's pregnant. She's 15. She's pregnant with a man who is 22 years old. So she's like, oh, When she learns she's pregnant, her initial reaction is excitement. While not planned, the pregnancy is welcomed. She believes that she can now start building a family with her lover. But this fantasy is immediately crushed when he tells her that they can't afford it, that neither of them are ready for it, and that if she decides to continue the pregnancy, he will leave her. So now she's pregnant. She was happy about the pregnancy, but she goes to the man, the father, and the father be like, "No, I don't want this baby. And if you keep this baby in Kenya we say intakwacha, it means she'll leave you." Ali's initial excitement at being pregnant is now become despair. Indeed, given her need to please others, she gives in. She is okay because now she likes to. She doesn't want to annoy her boyfriend. She doesn't want to be left by her boyfriend. She says, "Okay, let's go on the boat." Um, the day of the abortion, she whispers goodbye. "I don't want to do this to you, but I have no choice." And there are guys also. This is also for the men who, it's easy for a man to ask for. When your girlfriend says she's pregnant, or all these jokes are all over social media and the media. When your girl is a little bit late on her periods or something like that, and you're like, bought that, take other, all that fun, but you don't really know what you're asking for. Sometimes as men, sometimes we are ignorant. We just don't know what we're asking for. Goodbye, I don't. So immediately after the abortion, Ali feels mild relief that the dreaded procedure is now behind her. Yeah, I think we talked about relief as being one of the symptoms, and hopes her boyfriend will be content. But alongside with that relief are now feelings of emptiness, loss that seem to grow stronger with every passing week. She begins to have obsessive thoughts. Her baby is no longer in her body, but it is constantly in her thoughts. So that's like the first scenario. This is just a scenario of a first girl. Fictional scenario. Now this is the second girl. She's 32 years old, so she's a little bit older. She's like double the age. She has no history of mental illness and she has a good family life. Her parents were both well-educated and secularists, meaning they don't believe in God. They preach education, hard work, honest success as the only ethical standard. Betsy needs to guide her. Betsy is popular. She has many friends, that she has a good career, she has made progress. Even as a child, she had little and no, she doesn't even want to be a mother. She had little and no interest in being a mother. She's married to a career. This is a career woman. She doesn't want to be a mother. She doesn't want to do anything. She doesn't even have interest in maternity. Having successfully used birth control since she was 15. For 15 years, she's been using birth control. She's shocked when she realizes that the birth control has not worked this time. Let's continue. So this is normal. Sometimes birth control doesn't work. This is just normal. Her decision to abort is immediate, without any emotional conflict. When she flips through the state-mandated consent booklet given to her at the abortion, the pictures of developing fetuses, she's not even affected by that. She has seen many pictures and she has a strong philosophical beliefs that based on the years of engagement of minor abortion debates, she's pro-choice, that the value of being a person is not based on biological features, but rather on the development of psychological purposeful self-actualized being further beyond. So she says that she believes that after 9 weeks is when that person can be a real person, but before that, it's not a person, it's just cells. So Betty is not surprised that when her abortion is completed without drama or even a tinge of angst. She thinks of it rarely. The only negative feelings ever associated with it come when she hears the right of women to choose abortion attacked by self-righteous busybodies who should know better. So these are two different women, and not all women experience abortion the same way. I have to acknowledge this. Hopefully, any reader can see and respect that Ali and Betsy abortion experiences are two different. These are two different experiences with abortion. One is focused on her loss, and the other one is how abortion helped her avoid any loss. Given these differences, it would be unfair to them to try to interpret the abortion experiences from within a single ideological framework. Similarly, the women who reside at different places along there's a wide spectrum basically between these are just extremes, these are just two extremes, and between that is a wide spectrum of women who experience abortion very differently. So there is really, in the end of the day, it's not just one ideology. It's not pro-choice. It's not pro-life. It's basically a personal. Like I said, it might even be like religion. Like it's just personal. What is your personal opinion? And your personal opinion will always affect you. So if you go against your personal beliefs, I mean, maybe your personal beliefs are against abortion, then if you have an abortion, it will definitely affect you. If your personal beliefs are, no, this thing doesn't affect me, I am pro-choice, I'm a staunch, it might affect you even less. That's basically the point of this article. I think Samira, this is the point I was trying to make, that abortion affects people differently. Let's go to now. We're looking at the case of nah. We shouldn't promote secularism. I think in the end of the day, it's like a religion. Like in the end of the day, you choose whatever you believe in will haunt you or will not haunt you. Like basically, what are your beliefs? And if your beliefs change, what if you're that's really the point. Let me share the link. Because you're reaching the part where we're talking about Ali, the lady who had actually a negative experience with abortion. That's who we're talking about now. The lady who had a good experience, she doesn't have a problem with abortion. She doesn't need our help. She doesn't even need to talk about it. She's okay, according to her, right? But sometimes even your beliefs changes. Sometimes when you might be okay today, but then in the next 20 years, you become a spiritual person, or you become somebody who believes in life. Then you have to really confront your decisions in the past, right? So there's also that perspective that in 20 years you'll be somebody else, and you don't know what experiences you feel. Or maybe you have a child and then you have to look at them and like, oh my god, yeah, so the guys who survived, but there are those who didn't survive, and it's just a lot of complicated gymnastics when you play. A lot of complicated gymnastics you play in your mind, that these were the ones who survived, they killed the other one. Or maybe it's like, no, it was an economic decision purely, and there are people who are like that, and they will live with it, and it doesn't confront them in their lifetime. Although there are psychiatrists who say that it still takes a lot of energy to play that level of that level of gymnastics. So let's see if I can get the book. So today we're talking about, so let me now go to, let me see if I can create a banner. So dealing with now, if Alice now is feeling like anger, or if Betsy, who also had an abortion, but now she has had a change of heart and thinks maybe I did something wrong, what do they do now? Because now they're in a place where of mental anguish. So we're going to explore that, how to deal with anger, because that's one of the first things they feel about. How to deal with anger. There we go. So let's see if so here we are. So for our sister Alice, who who regrets her abortion from day one and it's haunting her mind, or our sister Betsy who regrets her abortion from year 10 or year 20. How do they confront their decisions? Like that's a I thought that was I felt that was a very interesting topic for us to go through, right? So I hope you guys contribute also and tell us what you think. So this is the book. Uh, it's written by Sidna Mass. She had an abortion. Problem with this thing is that you can't read. So let's go to page 47. It should be around here we are. Anger. So how to deal with anger? Now, emotions play a pivotal role in the crisis. Okay, now this is. Let's see if I can. How do we? Whenever I had abortion in my heart will grow angry. In the first years, that anger will be directed against the pro-life movement, which in my mind would certainly have judged me. There was always anger against my mother, whom I continue to blame for not being emotionally stable for me to come to her with the truth of my pregnancy. While trying to get pregnant with my first son and going through fertility issues that were possibly connected to the abortion, that anger turned towards the individual who had worked at the abortion clinic. When I saw my son on the ultrasound, that anger turned towards myself and rested there until okay, God's peace. So emotions play a pivotal role in the event of a crisis. They become the avenue by which we vent our feelings of anger, pain, and sadness and remorse. When we don't allow these emotions to play the important role in the process of healing, at the time of the event, they will resurface in the future. One of the strongest human passions, anger, seldom leaves us without being addressed. When it is denied, it finds other ways to express itself, often through bitterness and depression. Yet, when it's expressed inappropriately, it can be terribly destructive to anyone unfortunate enough to be in its path. So, here are statistics also. This book has interesting statistics, which was disputed by the lady last time. I hope she comes again and disputes them so that we have a diverse perspective of people. But 92% of people surveyed reported feelings of anger related to their abortion. Most of them expressed surprise at the intensity of those feelings. Unsure how to handle it, many worked hard to keep their anger in check, succeeding only to drive it underground to seethe and fester and express itself in many ways. Many women find themselves having spontaneous emotional outbursts triggered by by the least provocation. They can't seem to control the emotion or figure out where they are coming from. It's confusing. It can be confusing if maybe this is your wife or this is your girlfriend and she's like weirdly angry for no good and you don't know where the anger is coming from. Whether it seeds in the surface or hides underneath, anger is an emotion that needs attention. When it's related to abortion, it often acts as a roadblock to healing, around which there's no detour. So, yeah, this book gets really religious, so you can really. But I really liked the. Let's talk about digging up the roots. So, have you driven angry feelings so far down that they have sprung up as plants with different names like depression, despair, or perhaps self-destructive behavior? It is critical that you dig out those tough roots. Okay. Some people have trouble getting angry. So basically, this is how this lady deals with anger. Someone once said that holding on to anger and bitterness is like drinking poison, hoping that someone else dies. These emotions hurt our hearts. So this is how she dealt with the anger. It was simply timeline activity. She ranked anger from 1 to 10. A good way to address unsolved anger is to write letters that you never intend to send out. Pour out all your feelings of outrage, betrayal, hurt, disillusionment onto the paper and computer screen, then destroy the document. Another way is to speak these emotions privately in front of a mirror or walk back through the area where these memories occurred. If they need further expression, do it to a trusted friend or counselor. At a time of ease or intensity, pray to the Lord. For those who are religious, you can pray about your anger, or you can seek a counselor or a friend, or you can write a letter that you'll burn later. I found that me personally, when I'm angry, I like to talk to the mirror. I don't know, that mirror works. I don't know why, but I just talk about my anger in the mirror, and it just dissipates. It just sometimes you get to know where you're angry and stuff like that, and sometimes it goes away because you realize, oh yeah, that's basically how you deal with anger. I don't know, you guys. Let me see what you guys are saying. Maybe you guys have a different way of dealing. So how do you guys deal with anger, guys? Welcome, Biggie.
Hey, one is Rachel.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, I was listening about the anger.
Yeah, how do you deal with anger, Biggie?
Number one thing that everybody should know: anger is like part of hatred at the end. It's the prelude. It's the prelude to hatred, where it's gonna get rid of your divine being spiritually. It will destroy you. Okay. So I call anger a resident that doesn't pay rent, that eats all your food, and keep you busy on everything that he does negative for you to get busy. You got to dump it real quick.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
That's how I look at anger and hatred. Okay, so in order to get rid of it, because it's an emotional state of mind, it's an emotion that gets deeper in your core. So that means not only it affects your psychological state, but at the same time affects your physical state. So basically, when I said somebody that's going to pay rent, don't pay rent, and eat your food, that means he's eating up every aspect of your organs to be affected. Okay, and basically, you are really stopping from the cells of reproduction of the cells. They have to fight that emotionally. At the same time, you secret inside of your stomach a lot of acid, a lot of the thing that you want to digest. Sometimes you don't want to eat. Sometimes you just want to go into the alcohol, drugs, name it. It's going to be taking you down to the best it can. In order to come back from it, one is identify it with that anger comes from. So now you're going to be looking at your highest spiritual level. I'm not eating, I'm drinking, I'm not doing this. So you do a thorough analysis before you completely destroy yourself from within. It's a destruction within. And your attitude toward people change. Your eyes sees different things because now you're developing hatred. And in fact, during your anger time, you can manifest a lot of other health issues. So the first thing you got to flag, why am I getting mad? Why am I getting angry? You should flag it immediately when you feel that you're getting disconnected. And usually in psychology, you might need to seek a friend, a brother, a sister, a family member that knows you. And as you express that, as you talk about it, that's when the healings start coming. The quiet you are, you don't have anybody to talk to, then you become on a dangerous level because you're not getting out of it. So you need to talk to people. You need to find when you're angry, how did you dealt with it before? Because we human beings have the anger issue. That's for sure. You cannot have just the loving person and not having the anger. But there's a difference. The one that practices love, practices the high spirituality, can manage it. But at the same time, people that do not have that kind of experience can manifest some of the things. So hatred, you can deal with it by analyzing it and go back before where you were before you got angry, before you got this position. And it can be a self-talk. You can go back and say, why am I just angry? Because sometimes those anger can manifest into other things. The hatred can be one, and the other one that can be hurting another person. And it can hurt a person mentally, psychologically, telepathically, and as well physically. So it's just how you're going to handle that. You're just going to have to go back to the origin of the pain that caused you to have this anger. And if you don't have the ability to see clear, please consult your nearest therapist or the nearest relative, the nearest friend, and tell them exactly what's going on in yourself. And usually, when you seek help, help is on its way, and it's already there. That's what I got to say about anger.
Yeah, actually, I agree with you, Biggie, because if you look at actually, is this saying that once you talk about it and listen to yourself, once you talk about it and listen to yourself, sometimes you tend to you identify this as I talked about. Once you identify the source of your anger, you will notice that sometimes you're not the why you're angry isn't really a legitimate reason, right? Sometimes you might realize, oh, the anger is not coming from a legitimate place. So also, that's why but it's not bad to feel angry, because in the end of the day, even if you're angry for the wrong reason or you're angry for a reason that may not be legitimate to the world, but your response to it can be rational, because you can be irrationally angry. You can be angry and it's not rational, but your response to your anger, your response to that emotion can be rational. Once you talk about it and you feel, oh my God, this anger is not really coming from a rational place. Or once you also, or if it's really deep and you can't talk about it to somebody of a friend, or you can't talk about it yourself, you can't deal with it yourself, as Begia said, seeking help from a close friend or a psychiatrist, and just letting your anger, that's just a good way of dealing with anger. So I think, yeah, thank you, Biggie, for a very poignant point and your very great contribution. Also, don't forget the point about also writing letters. There's always levels to anger, but then you can establish your own level and understand how it affects you, how it's eating you up. Because they say anger is like a poison that you take your poison. It's like taking a poison, hoping somebody else will die. Yeah, maybe your enemy. You're taking the poison, hoping your enemy will die. That's not gonna happen. So you really need to deal with it from your end. Like, you really need to deal with it. So yeah, thank you, Biggie, for your very great contribution. So let's go to the next point then. This might be even way better. I think the next point is. Oh yeah, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to add, it's like Throughout the nation, One Africa, we're a platform that everybody can voice the anger, their love, their passion. So feel free, if you got anything that you want to say, it can be, in general sense of it. Let's talk about it because I want to be one that can help you to stop your angry feelings. Maybe I'll have a tool. Monetezi might have a tool. Our audience on the comments have a tool. And this is something that we can prevent certain atrocities, certain anger that can manifest into literally ending somebody's life. So we're not psychologists, but at the same time, we'll help you to the best of our knowledge how to deal with it. And in fact, in order to talk to someone. And we are the someone who can listen. And if there's somebody in the audience that can help also, can help you to deal with it. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that out there that can have this anger management and how to deal with it. Because we're not psychologists. But to the best of our knowledge is acquiring the tools on how to deal with anger. I take it to another level that you can have psychiatrists in that field, anger management, and how to deal with it. So here, like a non-disclosure, this is my best of my opinion. It's not a professional advice, but at the same time, I know certain level of experience on how I control certain anger. Sometimes they get a little bit out of hand. In the split second, you can change, and it's just how to stop that change to worst, but for better. And after you realize on a few hit like that, then you're gonna start managing your anger. And if you are somebody that's at hot temper, that can flip in a second, then you have to really consider to seek a professional counselor that can help you how to control these impulsive angers. And it might create from a disinformation, and you're going to be wrong at the end because it was not the true fact. But how to deal with that kind of situation is better to have the best professionals in the field of anger management. So this is our opinion. We just don't want to make people make believe on things that we said is just from my personal opinion and personal experience on how to deal with anger. Because usually anger, if you really get on top of it, you will have a lot of regret inside, and how to change that regret to positive to make you a better person. Because you identified it, you executed it differently, and now you understand how to manage it. But a lot of the anger, it can manifest in the worst way. So my advice is to seek, if you got this hot temper, getting angry for nonsense, when you look overall, the picture is not worth it. You should seek professionals, people that are really can help you. It can be in churches, it can be in mosques, it can be people that you really trust, people that have been advisors, counselors. These are the people that can help. And asking for me is, the problem is when people are angry, they don't seek help because it's the state of mind that blocks that understanding. That blocks you. So angry, you block anything positive that can help you in your journey. But when you identify it, if you can pull that card that said seek help, talk to someone, that's the strength right there. So that means you can find help and talk about it. Because the more you talk about it, like Mondatezi said, you're gonna say, "Oh, did I do that?" You're listening to yourself. It's like when you start brainstorming to achieve something and to do something. When you have all these people talking about it, the same topic, the same agenda, and then you're brainstorming, and that brainstorming, it makes you listen to what you said, and on top of that, how people react to it, and that gives you a positive way of thinking. So practice that information system if you, because no one knows yourself like you know yourself. And if you got again anger, and you're always angry on here and there, you might not be angry now, but if you have a kind of a history that sometimes your anger is uncontrollable, later days you find out that you got angry for nothing. Those of you in that position, if you know how to control it, you're on a good path. But for those that always get trapped into it, seek a professional, a friend, a family member that can really can talk about these issues. Because there's a saying: the best medicine for a human is another human, so you can stay human.
Great advice. The best medicine for a human is another. Let me put that in the comments. You know, for guys who need to learn all this stuff. Welcome, Marie Antoinette. We were trooping with you last Sunday. Today you've joined. I was. How have you been?
Hi, hi. There's a lot of noise at my home at the moment, so that's why I've been on mute for the show. Um, right. So I agree with what has been said so far. I'm always very, very pleased to hear Biggie. Hi, Biggie. And Mandatazi, you're doing an excellent job. I
Hi, Maria Antoinette. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm taking care of my nephew today. So
Nice.
I was just wondering, what would help us a lot as well is to observe processes. In our culture, we tend to highlight milestones, but not the process that goes along with the milestone, the responsibility that goes along with the milestone. For example, we all get very excited about the news of pregnancy, the news of someone getting married, being engaged to be married, but there is very little um, support and we need to look at the process that goes along with being married, the process that goes along with what takes place after the baby is born. We had a show, Tanzan had a show last week about parenting, and only about 4 men, and I remember the names, I wouldn't call the names, Mandatas, you were one of them. I know you were busy, Biggie, but only about very few men took part in the parenting show. And that was Swahili Nation's little experiment without knowing it. We see men being very excited at the news of becoming a father, but when it's time to do the actual parenting, well, there's a void, and it was very obvious at Tanzan's show last week, and it hurt me a lot. And I was making jokes saying, well, next time we'll do a little talk about football and we'll compare coaching to parenting in order to attract more participation from the men as a sort of bait to get more men to participate in the talk about fatherhood. And how that would be linked to sports is coaching males, inspiring younger males. And I, as part of my joke, I even said, well, I support Manchester United, and I still have to, I've been busy with studies, but I would have to observe exactly how Ten Hag, who's the current manager of Manchester United, is inspiring those young males. And we on the show we will, compare coaching styles to fatherhood as a way to motivate the males to take an active role in these types of considerations. The parenting is very important. So we can't have men being annoyed at women not wanting to actually have the child. What the woman knows after she has the child, she'll have to be trying to go through the state system to get the guy to perform his parenting role. It's all that trauma that she's trying to avoid. It may not be the best way to avoid it, but everybody knows that the issue of evasion of responsibility is one of the main reasons for somebody having that tragic decision to have an abortion in the first place. It is evasion of responsibility. Okay, I'll go on mute again because my nephew needs my attention.
You raised.
You brought a great topic, responsibility. Again, I go back to when I said the best medicine for human is another human. If you ever put that together, I can see some people that react that some people, some human beings are toxic. But again, when you seek for solution, you will take out all this riffraff that are toxic for you. Now, when it comes to this abortion, the way Marie Antoinette said, is that the woman got pregnant from another man. Okay, that's for sure. It's not a donkey. It's not an animal. It's a human being. So, if these two can talk about it, okay, as a result, where it ends, okay, and then coming back again and regret the fact this abortion took place, it's a big price for a human being to pay, because this is going to be burned in your heart for the rest of your life. It's going to be very, very real of your actions, because you ignored the other human being that you received it from, and or the receiver denying the giver. Still the medicine stays with human to human. It's the communication, it's the understanding what it does represent when it comes to terminating or going with the pregnancy. That decision is made between the two that initiated it. Let's put it this way. I just don't want to put us in the we're part of it anyway. In the animal kingdom, when a kitten has a baby, do you know the kitten would be eating her own baby? Because they're not healthy. A lot of times. She already delivered, but she never screamed for abortion for anything else because she's got other 7 kittens in her stomach. But when he comes out, that becomes her food and terminating it. And for me, I have a personal experience that my kitten gave birth on my birthday. Okay. And then I found this baby kind of odd thing while everybody's suckling. It never did. So she started kind of licking him so hard on certain part of his body, he was losing the hair. Okay. So she become aggressive. So come to take that kitten away from her. And when we took it to the veterinary, oh, you guys are very lucky that the mother didn't eat it, because he was diagnosed with meningitis. So there was other antibiotics and stuff like that that was ordered, and we just put him in a sock, just in the socks. And the only thing he's got is the head, just for him, you can feed him. So we were very careful on what's going to be next. We were watching it. So this is something, my personal experience, even in the animal kingdom. But at the same time, also, when the human being make certain decision, and there's certain aspect of it that we have to look on. Sometimes they go in, check the fetus, and they said, well, this is an abnormal child, and they terminate the actually both parents are ready to receive this child, but unfortunately it has some complication, and we have to look into those too, where this decision are made by both parents and the uh, professionals. So there's a lot we can talk about on the abortion case by case, different cases. But again, still the fact that the two couple that created this baby, uh, they still need to communicate, and they still should be accountable, because whether you like it or not, that thing is still there. If you abort, you still remember that day. If you give birth and give it for adoption, still you have that in your mind. So the choice becomes so widespread, and for human being to process these, it might be easy to terminate. Okay, fine. But at the same time, if you give birth and then you give it to the orphanage or for adoption, a certain age, and especially specifically, I'm talking about for uh, the future parents not being able to have a baby, that old information will resurface saying, what happened to my child that I gave to the orphanage? So it's a balance that you have to make, and decision that you have to make. And I believe always before termination of your pregnancy, discuss it with the partner, and furthermore, discuss it within the family. And I understand there are certain things that goes along with that, like shame, out of wedlock, all that. But all that is just uh, something that's out there. Is what is best for you to be healthy with the child, if you have the child, and if you are the one that gave that. Also, think of one another. Understand that whether you abort it, raise it to give it to the orphanage, and for adoption, all that as a human being is going to be with you for the rest of your life. You think you can forget, but remember, you're going to keep going forward in life, and you're going to be remembering that. So, this is my advice when it comes to abortion, termination, uh, I mean, termination of pregnancy, and as well giving your child after you gave birth for adoption. You're going to live with it for the rest of your life. So, this is my advice. When that happens, seek the best you can to save the child and save the mother. Take responsibility. You've been blessed with a child. When God will give you the blessing to have a child, no matter what time it is, whether you're married, not married, He gave you a gift that is supposed to be really given back to the earth. And that is self denial and being selfish. So think, you know, before you really terminate pregnancy. And if you're giving it to adoption, then they're still going to live with it for the rest of your life, because you don't know where the child went. And there will be a point in your life, what goes around comes around. You're going to be questioning what happened, especially when you are childless in the future life, in your future life. So this is my best advice for men and women, because it takes a man and woman to have a pregnancy, and both are accountable of the fate of the child. Because I cannot go against the free will that Xavier gave us to make the right decision. In his faith, in his understanding, he's a creator and he gave us the ability to reappropriate. And if we don't take it as a holy and special pregnancy, regardless, I heard a lot of them that says rapes. I heard a lot of things that goes along with it because I've known stories where the mothers raised the children's and they got raped in that same case. How much they contributed for the mankind, including protecting their mothers. And so we cannot decide when it comes to the fate on that day of pregnancy. This comes from above because you've been given the right to procreate, and the mission is as a normal procedure. You meet another woman, you sleep with a woman, you get her pregnant, and you have to care for that because both of you are in it together. It's not the matrimony or signed decree that you're married. If you marry, it's okay, fine. No. Well, there's a child in question. So that's where the decision comes, a decision based on what it can do, because from what I understand, every child comes with its own blessing, with its own, and that blessing comes within the family, between the man and woman. And so the paperwork is future, but if you go before the paperwork, doesn't it make it still the future? So we have to think on those things. Why the way things happen? We have a creator that's incomprehensible. We cannot understand him 100%. I'm giving you understanding. When you made that decision, you made that decision to sleep with that woman. And the woman also made the same decision to receive. The men are givers, the women are receivers in this case. That's when the decision comes, when you start talking about it. We human make gross mistakes. Look at the gross mistakes where we are right now. Not only just from pregnancy, but the way life is going right now. We have to be smart on our decisions. Imagine you're the one that got the woman pregnant, and how imagine that your parents decided to abort you. Something to think about. I'll pass it on to Daisy.
All right, thank you, Biggie. This is a deep answer. Also, if we are going to look at, I like to look at also the African perspective, right? Because in the Maasai culture, they have a lot of women. Women actually raise the child until they are of initiation age. Then the men take over. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Because that is the African. Because that's the African perspective. Like there are tribes that do that. So I don't know if that is also happening in the American perspective, or is that a disadvantage to the woman that? But I don't know. Is it a natural? Maybe this is just recognized as a natural thing that men do, like because since there was that tradition in Africa where in the Nilotes and I think even in the Bantus, I think a lot of tribes that the women took care of the child until he was of age of initiation. Then now he left his mother's house and joined their age set or their hut or something like that. And now it was the men take over. And I've seen this happening also in modern life of divorced parents. You see this sons, especially divorced parents of sons. I've seen this happen where if it's a son, he stays with the mother until he's over age where the mother says now he's becoming but there's something wrong. He's changing. He's becoming bothersome. So he now stays with the father from that moment. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that is just human nature or nature of men, or because also if you look at the statistics here, I've just put it only 13% of fathers are emotionally supportive after the baby's birth during the first child's 2 years. This is reported by mothers actually, that they feel that that most of the fathers or their husbands are not emotionally supportive in the first 2 years. So yeah, what do you guys think about that? Since we're talking about the responsibility of men, Marie Antoinette.
Well, it has something to do with maturity, because they were when they were being raised before they became men. That's what I'm talking about. They were sheltered so much from responsibility. So when they are of age to become fathers, they really have not faced life. The parents are a lot harder on girls than they are on boys. And that is why, in many cases, some of them remain stuck in a sort of semi-mature state. And you see it especially in adverse situations. The mother may have to be the one carrying the whole family as a pillar of emotional strength, and the father engages in all types of behaviors of avoidance. It's very common in our culture.
Yeah,
Toughness is not just physical. I mean, I've seen some of those rites of passage on television, and of course you can't always rely on television for an accurate account, but it seems to me that there is a lot of emphasis on physical toughness, and the emotional toughness required is never addressed.
yeah, you've actually, that's a very interesting point. I think Biggie. Okay, yeah, there is the emphasis of emotional toughness. I don't know if Biggie can hear. Biggie, what do you've spoken about the men who will stay, but what goes on, because you've done, I don't have a child, so Biggie is the only one who here in the panel who can really tell us what's going on in the mind of a man that makes him unsupportive in the first 2 years of a child. Like, he probably understands that more than any of us. So Biggie, what do you think goes on to the man who is not supportive? What's going on in his mind, and why is it the majority of men? Biggie. Okay, I think Biggie is unavailable, but he'll probably come back and answer that question.
The best person
So,
to answer this
yeah,
question, the best person to answer this question actually is Tanzan, because she has answered it before on her shows. She spoke about the way boys are raised and the way girls are raised, and that was the reason for the lack of emotional toughness and emotional maturity when the role of parenting finally reaches.
so you feel like it's about emotionally the man. So okay, basically, most men basically are not emotionally mature to handle.
Yeah, not all, but many of them are not. Take, for example, when my mother had a heart attack right in front of me. I was the one who took control of the entire situation for days. And it wasn't just because I played a medical role in offering first aid and getting her to the hospital. It wasn't simply the medical role, the emotional role as well. My father just shut down, and he was not a pillar of strength for my brother and me. I had to be the one who had to be strong for everyone and forget about the fact that it was traumatic for me to see my mother in that state because there was no emotional maturity on his part, no emotional toughness. His upbringing did not create that in him. I'm sorry to say it, but it's a simple fact.
So what you're
Yeah,
saying is that, Biggie, you're back.
yeah, I'm back. Just stepped out for a minute, and I was listening, and suddenly I just have to talk to Joy. So a little bit of interference, Sunday. There's a few questions that come from them too, from the family. But you're right. If you're not emotionally um, connected or emotionally knows how to deal with certain emotional situations, men in general, I would say, um, they're logical, so they don't show emotion in the average. And sometimes, you know, on the case of your father, he's stunned. It's something. It's a field that he doesn't understand, and that's why he's been created for that moment, for that time, to act the way you're supposed to act, because he has no connection to it. In fact, if you really look and ask for that question, it's like he really got shut down because he thinks the wife can handle this. But it's not a handling it, situation. It's a life and death situation on her. So he doesn't have that link of understanding. That's what I see when it comes to that emotion. But there was a question you asked me, but in between, I lost on the static. What was that, Mulitezi?
Yeah, it's similarly it's the same question. Is that when you look at this statistic where 13% of fathers were emotionally supportive after the baby's birth, and it's basically what Maria Antoinette was asking that, and I wanted you to maybe give your perspective as somebody who has gone through being a father. I don't know what goes on to the mind of a man, to the point that most men actually that their women are reporting that they are not emotionally supportive as fathers in the first 2 years of childbirth. So that was what I was curious if you could explain to us.
Sometimes the background can help you. Your background. It's how you get raised. Um, so I'll take it from my father's side, and how my mother was so happy to be pregnant. The first woman that I ever heard, for me personally, how happy she was to be pregnant. So we're six in the family. We're five now. Unfortunately, I lost my younger brother. She was so happy to be pregnant. I said, when you hear it at a younger age, you're just like, uh, oh, okay, she loves us all, right? But then when you grow up and as you have your own, and the way my father treated my mother, it was like a red carpet. My father used to take time while we were in her belly, make us listen to music. He used to be a deacon. He used to pray. He used to do so many things. She would ask him something on the fly. He's out of there. He's gonna get it. You understand? He treated her like a queen, always like a queen. And now she's giving birth to his children. I think that affected me when it came to my time. For me, my father did not got the chance to go in the hospital and watch the birth of his children. For me, I took it even further more. I was in there in that same room, and I can see the birth. And I was so grateful to be able to witness as my child coming out. My connection starts right there before everything crack open. That's my experience. Because again, like I said, it takes a background. My father was very emotional supporting my mother. So for me, going to my wife and my children, and the same thing applies. Even better, because I want to do it better than my father. Because my father said, I want you to be better than me. I want you to do better in your life. I want you to have more success. You always say you're born successful, and I want you to have more success in life. That was the motto of my father. My father explained me life inside out from the 7 years old, where it stops everything. And he said, hey, you're going to be a toward grown man. At 14, he said, you're a grown man now. You better take it by the horn. Life is this. So this is the type of father that I had as a role model. And my father became my friend, my best friend. God bless his soul. He gave me the direction of life. He gave me everything. Sometimes he gave me too much of information, but those too much information are the exercise to better yourself, to be ready for everything. And it's very important that we, as Africans, give the African teaching on people that are very smart when it comes to uh, way of raising their children, the way of bringing your children, both male and female, in that household are very important for the children. And there's no choice because the synchronicity of the family becomes one. The child will see what the parents do. Even if you ignore on what they attend on the internet and everything else, oh, this is normal for them. So they'll go further on the different voyages. But if the parents are there, they'll follow suit on their future also. We don't want to be, we Africans, we don't want to be statistics. And if we are in the statistics, we want to score high from the family life, from your neighbor life. Have the highest regard and respect for human life. And let's raise those children in the village. We mold them with everything that we got to make them understand how life goes on. Because this issue about abortion, we have to teach our children how to respect one another as they grow, male and female. The importance of the receiver and also the giver. These two things are known in certain parts in the villages are taught, but they're not out there yet because there's so many different controversy of looking at the woman still down. As long as we have that issue, when it comes to abortion and all that, in the village, in the rural end, that might not be easy. But again, there are a lot of women from those villages that left town so the village won't condemn them because it's out of wedlock. But if we start teaching the children to communicate if this kind of issue happen from the younger age, we don't have to talk to them about sexuality, we don't have to talk to them about any other deeper, but because they're going to find out later on what it means because we put the seeds of respecting one another. For me, I'm focused about my African brothers and sisters and abroad as well in the diaspora. When you make that decision, whatever that decision might be accountable for it. Because when you take that abortion, It's a scar of a lifetime. Both sides. If you give it to adoption, also, you got a little scar to it. But at least he's alive. At least it makes you say, hey, you know what? I did the right thing. Somebody's adopting him, but at the same time, you're still curious. You're a human being. So our teaching has to change to balance this divorcee and abortion life we're living in. Because these things were not discussed in public. It was all internal. But now since it's out there, what are we going to do about African brothers and sisters? An African brother going and pregnant another African sister or any female, and then she decide, oh, I'm going to abort, whatever the condition, whatever the situation. The same thing with the men said, okay, we agree. At the end of the day, both of you are going to be merged in the process. Later on in life, you're going to start recording. So for me, in general sense, I had a great father, a father that taught me history of Africa, and our own history in the land. Walk his path, understand his path is the best way. My mother was happy being pregnant. That's the first I ever heard in my life. Even in my adulthood, she still repeats it. And she said, I'm so blessed to have you all. And she always said, thanks to your father. Very supportive. So I remember she started at a young age. And she had the right men. Right here, next to her, going through the process. So these are the things that I wanted. This is my personal experience. So for those of you that really are going through this questionable roadmap, talk about it. And the first topic is between the two. And these are the information that I tell you is going to leave a score if you do any of those things. And how you can be accountable for it. This car, you're young now, you might forget about it. When you reach a certain age, you're going to start questioning it for your decision. So before you make that kind of decision, that kind of regretful decisions, I think our African brothers and sisters should be taught about certain decisions that they make in their lives. And I'm not the type of person that I'm going to be teaching sexuality to a child in the elementary or high school. Okay. But I'm the type of person that's going to tell them, in general sense, when you bring a child to this world, a seed that can be really there without a sexuality. Education, African way. How do we deal with it in Africa? We have unwanted child, per se, as they say. There's no such thing as unwanted child. The question is, I will give you that child. Whether you want it or not, it's you that's going to make the decision. I'll be the supreme being, so it's up to you. This is a free will. I cannot infringe myself. That exactly give you the free will for me to tell you not to. That's wrong. But get informed is my right. Get informed before you get informed decision. And that's how we can have all these things that are fun. Because we've been in all of that. We have a lot of history. We have a lot of people that have been through understanding these issues. Let's just go back to the roots and start bringing those into surface, how they dealt with it. That includes the male emotional state, and as well the women, of course, is the first one that's going to be victim. No support, Who supports her? It's supposed to be the person that impregnated. But is he there? Not there. And he's gonna go and question those. And that's when he make the right decisions. Don't make the righteous decisions. Exactly. He gave you a blessing. Think about it. For your information, Nati, you're right. I'm not in rough chocolate. It's my AC that's been blowing like crazy. And I hope it's not. I tried to get my uh, noise canceling. It's not working. My apologies.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, it's just the way
Welcome.
not bad said. He said, "Am I in the what do you call it, mill? In the mill?" You can hear the background noise.
Nah, being where you at, all that humidity, you gotta have it blasting.
That's blasting like crazy.
Welcome, Vijay. I think Biggie, you've talked a lot of important stuff. I know. I think maybe this is should be a topic on its own. I don't know. I thank you, Marie Antoinette, for this perspective. I totally missed it. I've not seen this perspective. But yeah, what goes on in the mind of irresponsible father? Like, it's actually something interesting to explore. Like so I think maybe we'll talk about it one next time because right now I'm trying to check it out. I don't know, but maybe you guys have a clue. BJ, what's up? Tell us, what do you think about the responsibility of men when it comes to abortion?
We put so much value in so many other things, but we don't put value in children. I being over in Americas, family is not a major priority, especially not in our community. I understand the reasons why. I understand the conflicts we have to overcome. I understand the barriers that we endure. But until you put a value on something, men here are not going to see the worth in it. We put a value in a pair of glasses. We put a value in a car, and we need to go after that. We don't put the value in the marriage. We do not put the value in children, and so therefore, you know, our men have been undervalued in their role as a father or as a caregiver. And when you don't have any value in something, you don't see, you know, what was worth of sacrificing for it. You know, I've been lucky in my family, there was always support. So if the husband was lacking, if the father was lacking, someone else stepped in to support that leg so the table wouldn't crash. But now you don't have that. I mean, everybody has to work. Everybody is barely living, I mean, no matter how much you're making, everything you get coming in is going right back out. So you don't have as much support as you did, even when you had less in the past. So again, until we start seeing the value of children, then maybe we could make different choices. I would hope having an abortion is not, the go-to in all, like, I'm pregnant again, let me just go down here to this clinic and take care of, but I see where in our society is pushing it towards that. That's a life. That's a life that's not coming. That may be the next great inventor is not being born. That may be the next activist who's not being born. That may be the next soul that may have saved a life from jumping off a bridge that has not been born because of choices we've had to make. And we hope it was not I'm pretty sure it's not a careless decision. I'm pretty sure that mother had to think hard and live with that choice for the rest of their lives. But still, it's a choice that we're not giving options to the women, and we're, sometimes giving an easy pass to the men.
Yeah, you spoke. Yeah, that's a very interesting point that we should value life. But just to add on that, that most men. Let me see if I can scroll down here. Most men actually don't want an abortion, a woman to undergo an abortion. But once the baby is
But,
born,
but see
they
here. Oh, I'm sorry.
this
Go ahead.
yeah, like most men don't want. I think it's what percentage? Only 28% of men want supportive of abortion, but
But
most
see, I
men
want I
don't.
wanted did they put in the book how many men are going to step up and be involved in that child's life?
Yeah, yeah, that was the
It's
point. That was
easy
the
to
point.
say I don't want it to happen, but it's something different when you have to deal with the day-to-day raising of a child.
Yeah,
So
that
I'm
was the
like,
point. That was the point I was trying to make. That most men don't want a child to be aborted. They don't want to the woman to abort. But also, most of these men, once the child is born, they do not take responsibility. They're no longer supportive emotionally and all that after the child is born. So I was thinking, why? What is this drive here? Is this just a primal drive of distributing your seed and and then
well,
after
I
that
think if you ask most women, they would say the same thing. They don't want an abortion. I mean, that's a question. See, that's why I don't like statistics, because it could be skewed either kind of way based upon the person. If Johnson and Johnson, the drug company, said I need a statistics based on the number of people who want to take aspirin, since I produce aspirin, if other people say I don't like aspirin, you think Johnson and Johnson is going to fund that study? So it's always like, how is these numbers being skewed? Are you going beyond the answer? I say, no, I don't believe in abortion. Why? Oh, because of this. Okay, well, we won't put in your because. We're just going to say you don't believe in this. That's not showing the whole picture.
yeah, 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 it's not showing the whole picture. So what is the whole picture? Because if the conclusion, that was just the point I was just making, that
Oh yeah.
perhaps maybe it's primal. People, men are being too primal in their primal urge, or just distributing their seed and just not caring what happens after that. So then women are faced with the you know with the tough choices, or make economic choices. But then there's also this perspective where when a woman has a child, last time we showed a video, I don't know if I can get it again, but the video was that if the man is not responsible, then you abort the child. Like, so are you having the child for the man?
I don't even think that's showing the whole picture. I mean, it's is it the question would be, is it done because of economics? Is it done because of emotions? Is it done because of geographical situation? Meaning, I live in a very bad neighborhood, and I barely can keep an eye on the two that I'm raising now. Ray is in prison. I do not want to have another child lost into the system. I mean, no one's given any of the backstory, and the backstory is important because it can also, you know, determine the next person's decision. I mean, because we're living in an age that there's no support. Nobody's talking about the broken leg. Nobody's trying to fix the broken leg. We just want to say, well, yeah, this is just what they're doing because they have no other, no morality. No, it's something wrong with the leg. The leg needs to be fixed.
Yeah,
Have you
it
guys
made us.
uh, have you guys noticed that this conversation is Roe versus Wade? You know, what do our African state of mind is about abortion? You see, Roe
So,
versus
Big Head,
Wade.
did you just hear about Sierra Leone, who is now decriminalized abortions?
hmm This is what I'm. This is what I want the conversation about. It's not about the abortion. It's the influence that's coming from outside to change the state of mind of Africa. Because in Africa, it's illegal. You can do it, but it's illegal on most of the states to have abortion. And in fact, if you if you get a girl pregnant in Eritrea, you have to assume child support.
And therefore, it's now, if you have to assume child support, that means there's consequences for your actions. So
Absolutely,
then you have to think about the choices that you make.
absolutely. So now that we're having this discussion about the this is this is about Africa. This conversation is about Africa, and it has a general sense of versus Wade, and that became a
Yeah.
sensation of the world trying to say, hey, freedom of choice. Before it was, you have to have certain
Oh,
time,
can I ask a quick question?
go ahead.
Matesi, in that statistics, did they ask how many children were aborted because the male asked the female to get rid of the kid?
Yeah, they did. It's let me show it. I think it was 25%.
That seems very low.
It's more than that. It's like a farmer that put the seeds out there. I don't want to harvest some of these. That way, that way. First of all, the man is not going to carry that baby. Okay, logically, he's not going to carry that. But at the same time, he knows in that decision he's got to make, that's his child. And if you really look at it, yes, maybe the guy that he wants to protect certain things, but at the same time, he knows that's his child. And the woman knows that she cannot have that child because of his background, because of his things, on how he does, and also the support that she's getting already. She makes this decision on that. And so, really, Roe versus Wade is an issue that they want to have population control. Don't forget that.
That's it.
So this is not something that for the goods of a human being, is just population control.
Yep. As mine population numbers are going down, yours is going up. How do I even it out?
That's right.
On top of, we will not give any support once they're born. We will not, because we just look at Marie Antoinette and what she said. Oh, I'm watching my nephew. I mean, that's support. But there's a lot of women out here who do not have any support. And if you flip it on the other side, I don't know if they're doing the studies now. There's a lot of men now who are raising their children, and they don't have any support. But nobody want to talk about that. No one wants to talk about. Last of I heard that daycare is $200 per child. It might be more now. And I know some women who look, my husband got to, I make more money. My
Hey,
husband got to stay
Monetizzi,
home,
it was a
take
good
care of the
page. It was
kid,
a
and go
good
back to
page.
work. Oh,
We'll go back to that same page. Sorry about that, because there is something that I was going to point out. Yeah, he just changed the page right there. All right. I want you guys, if you read, of course, as always, read between the fine line. Look at the way they wrote 56%.
A social service agency felt that.
Right. And look at the way it's written. 56%. There's no number. Okay.
Well, wait.
The
But if
next
you
one.
go back to it, it's saying social
Yeah.
services agency.
No, look at the way they put it. You see, the 56.
No. But if you even go deeper than that, social service agencies. Wait. Why would the social? Is this only based upon social services in interaction with this process? What about the decisions of the women who did not have to be involved with social services?
That, right there. This is what I'm talking about, because look at the way always when you read certain things, if they're not consistent, there's inconsistency.
Mm.
The 56% written in letters versus 25% that they want us to read.
Yeah, but no, the 56% is social service agencies. The 25% is actually the mothers.
Look at the
So
way
this
it's
is
written. Why don't
yeah,
you write 5-6%? The way they wrote it, 25%. This is inconsistency. Information to be disinformation. You see, I mean, mine is French literature, but again, I'm absolutely correct when it comes to when it comes to writing and literature in English. It doesn't matter. If I start with a number, I finish it with the numbers. If I'm going to give it a letter for the number, I do the same thing with the number. So whatever that they're trying to portray is the low side of 25. When you see the number, it's a quick calculation for human being. But the 56% of the social services, because they're hiding it.
Yeah,
It's
and
social services.
then are you breaking down which social service agencies are they referring to?
Exactly.
So the numbers is not really what they're skewing it.
That's the way it's skewed. It's 25% of the mother themselves felt that the father had an influence on their decision. So that means they kept it. For me, when I read it, 25% kept it. But even though they want to hide what the statistics is coming from, number to number, not letter to the number. Right there, it shows you the disinformation. We're running now, just like Mudate said, yeah, 25%, influence. But these numbers, 25 of influence, okay, it doesn't tell you, according to this writing, of their finding and the 25% of keeping. And this
Well,
number,
you know what, Vicky, go up one sentence.
That's based.
Go up one sentence where it says, looked at the role of the father, going along, also looked at the role of the father in the decision making. But why are they asking about the mother?
Uh-huh.
This is skewed in all kinds of ways.
You gotta catch those things, You gotta catch them.
English language is very, very tricky.
I think the French literature is very tricky
Mm.
because I did both. Okay, and I didn't go as far with the English, but when it comes to French, the literature, these are the things that really they point out to us. Certain things that are inconsistent, and you question the inconsistency, and that's what it comes to the question. 56% is not written in number. Social services. Oh, you're gonna read the blah 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 blah, and then you see the number 25 that shows up. It's a human nature. We see number. Oh, it's 25%, but the 56% is just a blah blah blah. And this is how we're gonna catch it. And this is what we're going to do when it comes to the African.
Yeah, but you know what? If you read further down, it contradicts that. It contradicts everything that was said above because it goes down that.
I didn't get there yet. Go ahead, BJ. Since you wrote, I'll let you. Let's have it. Go ahead.
Okay, so essentially, the mothers overwhelmingly felt that the input of fathers was not supportive and indeed was negative towards the decision to parent. The least likely person of all to express positive views about the woman's decision to parent is the baby's father. They report close to half the women report that the baby's father expressed disapproval. Only 28% found the father supported. So why did you just say 28% at the very beginning?
At the same time, the 28% is a letter. I mean, a number.
Yeah. But 28% of the women who felt that the baby's fathers, I mean, it's like, it's all like mishmashed into where's the truth within any of this? 28% of who? From what perspective?
Yep. What perspective? And at the same time,
is it 28% of the people who thought or felt or was thinking or asking or went across the street and was carrying a bag and went to the corner?
scroll down a little bit, Montezi, because I see another 23%.
Yeah, no, it's you made some very interesting points.
Wait. Go down a little bit lower.
Yeah,
Miller
go lower.
surveyed 82 women. 82 women? Wait. So they were on the corner at the store with the women in the bag and asked 82 women their views on this.
And it says 33% in number again responded the boyfriend or husband was more motivated. So do your calculation.
25% of 82 is what? That's what, 20?
25? 20?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not even 100 to have a why 82?
How many people did they throw off because if they say it skewed the results, so how many numbers were thrown out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this was. I think what he was trying to do. I don't know the method of. I think he was just trying to prove his point that he was just. This was just a small statistics because in the end of the day, most women don't actually talk about
But
abortion.
the thing is, if it's a small statistic and you're putting in the book and you're basing this and selling it out to all these people,
This is in the book.
82 is a very, very small number. Why would you even use that as this? It isn't even viable that the statistics is even accurate if it's only 82 people.
Yeah, and how about the
and then if you look at the
criteria?
82 people, in what communities are these 82 people out of the 22 that actually said no? Where are they coming from? That's why I don't like statistics. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, you can have the good statistics. Okay, let's be honest. We can put some numbers. Approximate. You can put that. But 82 interviews does not represent. It's not even 100 for your percentage basis. And what's
and then out of that 82, how many
82?
have actually had an abortion?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Let me explain then what he was trying to do here. His point is he's not. It's not a book. It's like a study. I don't even think it's a study. Let's just go to the beginnings. It's like an.
What's the author name? Can you put it on the
Okay,
private chat?
it's a chapter, yeah? What's
Who's
the
the
actual?
author?
Basically, he was talking about abortion. Let me see.
It
Yeah.
affects on men, but yet
Yeah, and
you're
its effect
interviewing
on
the
men.
women. So why
Yeah?
why are you interviewing the men?
No, no, he interviewed men. There's a part where he interviewed men. Actually, we talked about there's a part where he interviewed men, but he was trying to give us a small survey of just around him what he had got when it comes to men who approve on abortion and men who don't approve on abortion, men who influence their women to have an abortion, and just things like that. Then he was trying just to make a point. Which page was it?
But
Can
the
we go
thing
on the
is that
index,
again,
if you
if
don't
they're
mind?
interviewing women, uh, how can you say a man's the effect? I mean, the effects on men if you giving it from a female perspective. That's skewed all over the place right there. So I'm
Well,
like,
you have to just put
okay,
a little
let
note.
me get a statistic on a male perspective of how a woman feel about childbirth. How can I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. Let me be quiet. Let me mute myself.
I think it's a book. I don't know. I think it's a book. To the book's name is Women's Health After Abortion. I think this is the name of the book. But this chapter was just talking about was just talking about the male perspective, or the men, what do they feel about abortion and stuff like that. So I think he
Yeah,
made a
yeah.
short,
I mean, yeah,
he made
Integrity.
a short.
I get all that, but it just when you start reading what they're saying right there, it's coming from a woman's perspective. So you say, oh, okay, here's the male's perspective, but everything is coming out of a woman's mouth.
Yeah, you see, but he can't get the men. Is that the thing? He has to get the women at the abortion clinic because the men aren't there. So he's actually he had to be creative and ask the women if men may if it is your man who made
You
the.
know,
Or were the
Monetizzi,
men who were there
and
wouldn't
if you,
talk to him?
for me, okay, you play statistics and you start writing in numbers, and then some of the information of the statistics is in letter. That's the first thing that I'll flag you, because you're doing it on purpose. You're writing certain information when it comes to numbers, to a specific number that you want to add and to make it highlight, versus the one that's written. For me, as an author and writing this information, it's like not even two sentences below, right? 56% in letter, and then you got 25% in number. Two, I mean, you might say, oh, maybe the guy used whoever that did the editorial, just auto correct, whatever. But no, this is purposely written, purposely highlighted, and that's the question that we have to do on a lot of the other books that's out there. When they're not consistent, because a writer, it takes a whole lot of thinking when you start writing, and when you do this
Yeah.
kind of
Okay.
bold
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
information.
I agree with you, my brother. Yeah, obviously when he puts it on, you see, in the end of the day, he's telling a story, and
Mm.
obviously he's going to make it because he has to tell the story the way his perspective is. So he's going to make it look like as if it is in his own perspective. So
Right.
yeah,
And
that's what.
the thing that he made a mistake is when you go down below, just go below. When he put 82 right there, Miller surveyed 82 women, okay, to make this kind of decision, writing in letter and writing in number. So for
Yeah,
me,
so yeah,
he
so
didn't
in the whole book,
thoroughly.
was it only the 82 women that this whole book is based
It's
on,
based
or
on.
Nah, I don't know. It's not based on the 32 women. In fact,
Yeah.
Okay, from what I read,
But we don't know. We don't know. We don't. We don't. I mean, when they get to statistics, it can be like, okay, yeah.
yeah, okay. Yeah, the thing is, he's not. He's the statistics aren't the biggest point of his of this chapter. What he was trying to show is just how
No, actually, it's a
from
female, right? Because they're not speaking on female.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a female. Okay, I don't know the author. I don't know the author.
What's her
But
name? What's his name?
I know the
The
name of
author.
the book. Women's Health After Abortion. Let me Google the name of the book. Maybe you'll find
Right.
it.
Yeah, and I only saying all this because when you start talking about statistics, it's like it's a viewpoint that they want to hold. And then we're like, well, the statistics and the author and the PhDs and the numbers and the letters and all this other stuff. So we give it value. But then when you start pulling the layers of the onion,
Oh.
where is the truth line within it? Where is the reasoning or why or how or
Elizabeth
any
Lee.
of that?
It's written by a woman and a man. Elizabeth Ring Cassidy and Ian Gentles. It's a report actually.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, but in the end of the day, all statistics can be subject to ridicule. That's just something that statistics are never
Well,
100%. So yeah, that's just the truth about statistics. They can be subject to ridicule. That's just
I mean,
all.
it's not the ridicule or whatever. It's like if it's not a real number, is it truly a statistic?
Yeah, it is
If
because
you
all statistics are like that. There is no perfect statistics. They all have
no,
error. They
I'm
all
not
have.
even saying about being perfect. Is that if the number, if I'm going, when you look at CNN and they talk about these statistics and then they go all this and based upon the numbers they flip them all around and then you say how many people were asked 1,000, how many people were asked 2,000. Is that really a number? If you're only asking 2,000 people and you fill all that crap back, are you really getting a number? Because once you start looking at the final conclusions, in in people's heads it's like, oh well, a lot of people are feeling this way. When you pull it back, that's 2,000 people feel this way. That's not a lot of people in a world of billions. That's not a lot. But we skew these statistics being, valid points of view because yada 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 yada. When again, why do they feel this way? Out of the 82 women who were willing to answer the question, why? Or why is it only 82 are willing to talk to you? Why? It's, it's not really answering a lot.
Yeah, okay. I understand the point about the statistics. That's a good, but as even Jonathan has said it, it's not based on that survey. They're just referencing it as a citation to their research. It's a whole report.
Yeah,
This is just
yeah,
a small citation about it. And in the end of the
yeah,
day, what they're trying to do is just inform the discussion, give you perspective of what they're trying to say or their perspective. That's why they could have just said a statistic, but they even gave you the 82 for you to know how weak or how strong their statistics are, or how that's how academic papers just I think are all over the place. So for you to judge for yourself, which you're doing actually, but in the end of the day, her point or their point was that men also have some sort of trauma when the baby or when their seed is aborted. Basically, that is just what their point is. They also interviewed men actually, and they also had some. It wasn't even because they even admitted that the statistics are hard to get when it comes to abortion.
yeah, yeah.
So they did what they could do to
Oh
to
yeah,
come up with their own opinions. But in the end of the day, that was just what I was talking about. the conversation was the responsibility of men. That was, that was the conversation. So I was just using the statistics as a way of just informing, or just giving.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, basically, what my internet is saying, there are three kind of lies. Damned lies, statistics. The quotation is often attributed to Benjamin. Or yeah, statistics can be manipulated. That one I know. That I know. That I know. But in the end of the day, they also inform. They also inform the conversation, and they also inform decisions. So basically, the point was that
For me, it's monetization. For me, is the way is written numbers versus letters. There's some question. Whenever you got that kind of like below, the one that you just showed, right? It was very consistent. You know, on no below. Just keep going down where it says 400 men. That they went through. Uh, it was like 400 men. Yeah, right there. 400, the 400 men studies, and then it went to within the 1 month of the abortion, 70%. You see, it's numbers. You see, it's consistent in here. But the non-consistency is the original one of the 82 people, 82 women that have been interviewed. You see what I mean? And that was 400 interviews, and the 82 on the other one. It's like
yeah,
basically, for me, I read this and blah 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 blah. I just pass it. And when the number is not consistent, surveyed 82, where the 400 men came from. You see what I
yeah.
mean?
He's citing
Okay.
many statistics, many surveys. It's not just one survey. It's multiple.
Right.
It's not just one. He's citing multiple. So this is 82. The one before was
82, right.
400.
But
So
he's
there are
got
multiple.
400 men that came forward.
Right.
They
So
got,
then, how is this mesh? Is it just mesh this mosh podge? Just pushing all this information together without any consistency within it.
You really have to read the whole report
uh-uh.
to
I don't need to read the whole report. For
the
me,
context he's trying to.
Mondatezi, Mondatezi.
Yeah.
When somebody is not writing numbers to numbers and numbers to letters, and you author this much, and you're still using your numbers, it's questionable. Hundred
Yeah,
percent.
I understand. Okay, yeah. But in the end of the day,
100%.
yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because a lot of people take this book and reference it
Right.
as the Bible and the gospel and the
Right.
gold and all this other stuff. When even in this little short little segment, that it's like from 482 to here. I mean, it's like all these different scenarios being pushed into this little segment. I wonder what the rest of the book is really looking like. Or is this
There you
something,
go.
because what they do is a lot of time hide the truth deep within some of these numbers. So you're still not getting the whole picture.
yeah. Okay. The point of I think you're missing also the point of these statistics. This person is making his point, making his or her point, and they are putting the statistics to support their point. Basically, that's just how it is in academics. Like you make your point and you cite the statistics to support your whole thesis or something like that. So this is what they've done. They've just put the statistics that support their point. So I'm sure there's another person with an opposite point, and they probably have their own statistics to support their opposite point. Definitely. So, but the point is the conversation. And I put this here because Marie Antoinette actually said that most men. Okay, yeah, she said most men don't take responsibility, and then that's how we came up with this to support what she was saying. That yeah, according to these statistics over here,
The
most
only 400 men who answered it. So basically,
Yeah, yeah.
right?
So it always you're always limited to your observation in the end of the day. So yeah, my brother Elijah, welcome to the conversation.
Thank you for having
Hello.
me. Hey, how are you doing?
Pretty good.
Wait, by
So
the
what do you
way,
think? Yeah.
I have a question for Mr. E in the private chat. Yeah, but just continue with the conversation. Sorry for disturbing.
Man, you put me on the side. Tarazi, how are you?
I'm
Welcome,
fine, I'm
pleasure.
fine. Thank you for having me.
Oh, okay. So yeah, basically, then do we move on the conversation about the responsibility of men, or we've exhausted this part? My
So we
internet,
have
what do you have to say?
three men on here. Let's hear your viewpoints.
Yeah,
About abortion or this particular statistic.
yeah. This particular statistic and abortion.
Hey, look, this stat is true. It depends. I'm guessing that 25% is probably like a late teenagers or people that are in college and so on. Like I also had friends, especially like in like 11th, 12th grade, high school, and university as well, that have done the same thing. Where once their girlfriend was even suspected of being pregnant because she was having late, her periods were late or something, that are already thinking of and so on. So I would say I'm even shocked it's 25%. I'm shocked it's not 50-50, to be honest with you.
Ah, okay. That's an interesting
And I would,
perspective.
and thank God I never had any close calls that were actually real. But if I was on that, I would also be on that list. So I can't say anything. Of course, when you get older and you start making money, then
Money.
then you'll be like, okay, no, but it's true. If when I was in college and a girl told me she was late on her period, and I was in we were having we were in, she was like my Netflix and chill, or we're having sexual intercourse. Of course, I'd be thinking about abortion, especially in South Africa, because you can pretty much go there and it's technically free. Like it's not free, but it's so cheap that it's almost free, and you don't really need like parents' approval or anything. Even when a 16-year-old girl can go and get an abortion in South Africa without her parents knowing. So personally, I would just take her there. I'm not even joking. So for me, this whole abortion thing, look, it saves a lot of people from having to raise kids that are not planned for and that will probably face terrible prospects in the future.
But uh, we're talking about abortion, but how about the one that are born, the existing children? You know, the, it really is a question. What happened with the one that are born? How are they look and maintained? This is overshadowed by abortion issues. Always being, always a misery. For some reason, private family is like a misery. That's what they portray it. No, it's not a misery. It's our life. It's our way of living. We live in life with the children, with the life. But again, it never been a question for the existing, the one that are doing. I mean, the way their life is. But now everything is like, let's let's get this abortion out here. Roe versus Wade. The whole globe is looking at it. So it's been there, but it was quiet for a long time. When the rights to that came and got signed, a lot of countries globally are talking about this. And now we're going to create another hub within the government that already never wanted to be the Wade versus. It's like it's there, understandable. You know, everybody does it, and but they don't want it to be part of the national anthem. So there's a lot of things behind this force. Why at this time? Why now? That's the question we have to go and understand when it comes to abortion. Again, like you said, if you had an experience in the college and this thing came and everything else, have you told her it's going to be all right? What was your reaction? Lidge.
Oh, by the way, can I just defend myself? I didn't say I've ever had a woman get an abortion. I'm just saying, especially if you go to any college, this is common, man.
Mhm.
My reaction to what you were cutting off, I didn't hear most. Like you kept cutting off. Can you just repeat
what I said is, yeah, you said on a highlight, right? You said, when she told you she was late in her period, and your inside mind, even though it's not expressed, is like, oh no, yeah, you can go to abortion, right? But at that moment, when you found out her period is late, why is it thought automatically she's pregnant? That's the thinking. Because
Yeah, I mean
women
that's always the fear.
Yeah, the women miss.
Yeah, that's always the fear, though. Like when
Yeah.
a woman says, "I'm like 2 weeks late," you're sweating bullets. Like I don't know. That's just the honest truth. Like I couldn't sleep until she finally got the test, man. I was,
You know,
you know, Ethiopian parents, man.
for you. No, I'll give you an ad for you, Lidge. When she told me she was late in her period, you know what my answer was? You'll be all right. Not if, but, because inside I know different possibilities. But the first thing I did is to calm her. It'll be all right. No matter which way you're gonna go. And that, my friend, whether you're gonna be the final boyfriend, your final fiance, engaged, whatever, you comfort her. It'll be all right. But the minute that you start going, oh my God, she's probably pregnant, she's gonna be this. This is the thinking that I want to make sure that for all our African brothers and sisters, support them. Support your sister. And this is what I'm talking about. The real essence. I know you're sweating bullets at that time, but at the same time, let's get the courage to tell them it's gonna be all right. I'm here. I'm with you. No matter what the decision is. The problem is we sweat blood. I mean, it's just like bullet. You don't even know during that week until you finally get the final result. You are a person that's lost out there. Really for no reason. Oh, everything is normal. And guess what? That whole week, especially in college, with all the study that you got to do, is disrupted. So you have to take action to tell us all right. No matter what, I don't care how it's going to come. I'm going to be there. Right there as being positive. This is the problem. In fact, I'm so glad. That's why I've just picked on that. This is the problem when it comes men and women. The only thing they need is to hear positive, because she's panicking. I mean, she's going even worse than you. Because you know what? At the end of the day, she's the one that's going to make really carrying that baby or going to terminate that pregnancy. She's got a double whammy. But the fact that the encourager is okay. We know whatever that happened, if you're late, I'm going to be there supporting you. It will be a better world. And some men will say, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's mine." They didn't even know what they don't even know what the outcome is going to be. The first thing they're going to say, "I don't think it's mine." So what are you doing? It's the worst answer. She was with you. She was faithful. You know that. But some men, just to escape that, they'll give them this kind of reason to break the heart, even to give an opportunity to the right men that's going to come in their life. They're always going to be questioned. So that's why I always said, let's protect our sisters. You know, brothers, protect your sisters in any which way. Whatever that comes, take responsibility. Be accountable. Because that sister you're destroying is the woman that probably going to bring another leader for us. They're blessed because they got women. We are blessed when we bring children, when our seed take place and formulate and birth. That's our full blessing. Whether you're going to be with her or not, it doesn't matter. It never said any condition about that. You did what you're supposed to do. You're a giver, received, delivered. So, my African brothers and sisters out there, if you're pregnant as a sister, at least teach the men to tell you that he's with you on whatever the decision. Maybe you'll be able to teach, because men are less mature at a certain age than women. Women are always mature. And at the same time, they're the one that's carrying that. So men assure the woman that you got pregnanted that is going to be okay. Because you don't even know if she's pregnant. She just missed a period. But again, guess what? The minute that cloud clear, you're back again doing the same thing. But you offended her. You disrespected her. So be aware of your action. Because if she's not pregnant, oh, well, good. Green light again. That's not right. That's why I said respect your sisters. As Africans, the first thing you start is respecting your sisters. Because she's someone's sister too. Even though she's your wife or your girlfriend, your date. If we start respecting and make sure that they don't be disrespected, we Africans protect our women. That's our action before even thinking about divorce, before even thinking about abortion. Respect each other. Your mind has to be respecting one another. The emotion should be bringing us all together. This world has a different path, but righteous path is respecting one another, loving one another, care for one another. And as Africans, as Black, that's what our forefathers tried to instill in our heart, in our soul, in our spirit. And they lost their life by doing so. So that's where we start before even thinking about abortion, before thinking about anything else. And there's an issue because, Roe versus Wade, big issue. It doesn't exist in Africa. That's all I have to say. An encouragement to my brothers to love your sister, respect your sisters, and everything else is going to be all right. Don't be scared. It's a gift that comes from God. She's pregnant, it's a gift. But it's how you handle the gift. It's not a curse. There's a difference. That's all I got to say for this minute. But I can see when you send me a link about the stream. And I'm working at it. I was out of pocket for a lot of times due to injera making, But it's upcoming. It's upcoming. And this is my view, my vision of it. It's going to happen.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, but I just wanted to ask everyone on the panel. Look, we all kind of live these days in a sexually liberated society. So as long as that exists, don't you think abortion also has to exist to a certain degree so that unplanned children? Look, we can all say let's live a socially conservative life, and yeah, personally you can do that, but on a societal level, that's just not realistic because most people won't. So don't you think abortion is necessary for these societies so they don't have an explosion of, I don't want to say it, but like busted children, if that makes any sense, or unplanned children that tend to not get the best opportunity to succeed in life?
Mitch, I'm trying to digest that, and I'll give the mic to Marie Antoinette or BJ because I have an answer.
I mean,
go ahead.
It has to exist. The question is, when didn't it exist? I don't think there probably was ever a time that there was ways that people aborted, abandoned, gotten rid of their children.
Yeah,
so
I agree,
my thing is, looking at it from a 2022 perspective is what is the end game when we're playing when we're in a global battle? Right now, our families are falling apart. And now we're bringing abortion to the forefront. Why? Why is this such an important topic at this point in time? What is the end game in all this when our families are now, being torn apart at an accelerated rate? Now you bring this at the forefront. I mean, from an American perspective, the battle for Roe v. Wade has been going on for a long time. Now, all of a sudden, boom, Supreme Court justices have decided to reverse Roe v. Wade. Why? Why now? Why at this point? What is the end game in that? My question is, what are we doing to build the family, strengthen the family, strengthen the community? Shouldn't that be our focus versus what is going on with, with all this? Because I think if we strengthen our families, it will still probably be here, but at least the ramifications might not be as severe.
Yeah, those are very great points. But I don't know. There's a lot of unplanned pregnancies, unintended pregnancies, especially in Africa. We talked huge millions of girls in Africa are having unintended pregnancies, and I think guys should really watch the last stream we had last Sunday because we went into the statistics. I know guys don't like that, but yeah, we did. We talked about the girls who had pregnancy. Then we talked about Tanzania, who when you get a teenage pregnancy I think that it has been overturned. But when you got a teenage pregnancy in Tanzania, I think a few years back, maybe 3 or 5 years ago, you could have that's the end of your education. So it was a very complex situation for women and girls who are pregnant. So there's a lot of motivation for them to have an abortion. It's there, we cannot deny, and there are girls risking their lives. Even the beginning of this stream, we saw that 35% of maternal deaths in Kenya, 35% of it was due to abortion, unsafe abortion. So I don't know, because if you talk about the family structure, is the family structure dead in Africa or something? Because there's a lot of family structure in Africa, but there's still teenage pregnancy is still there. It's still an issue. So I don't think, I don't know. In the end of the day, this is a very complicated issue, as we had said earlier. But since we've already had this conversation, and we are actually talking about healing from abortion, and let's just to get us back to the topic, the stream about recovering from an abortion, or for recovering from post-abortive syndrome, which is just PTSD from abortion. There was also the aspect of forgiveness, and let me try to share this. Yeah, from the same book I'm putting up, just from the same book. Oh, this is a not the same book from that statistic, but from the same book that we began in the beginning of the stream. And women who had abortions have, especially those who are experiencing PTSD or post-abortive syndrome, meaning that they regret their abortion or it haunts them emotionally. They have, we talked about the anger with Biggie in the beginning. I think we talked about anger, dealing with the anger. So the second part of the process is forgiveness. So yeah, if you had an abortion, forgiveness is likely the word that you don't want to hear, because it is a strong feeling, really. So because you're feeling a lot, you're hit with other emotions like guilt, resentment, bitterness, anger, shame, hopelessness. As the book says, just to name a few. This book is kind of religious, but they do speak important process in the healing. They do speak of the importance of healing, and I found it very, very enlightening. So yeah, what do you guys think about forgiveness, Biggie?
Forgiveness is not something that man created it. Just man thought of forgiving. It's a state of mind that is available to you, whether to forgive or not to forgive. Just like the hate, just like the anger, the fact you don't forgive, because I was about to come to that topic earlier, because what does remove the hate and the anger is forgiveness. That's the key word. And the fact that you're able to forgive at that instant, at that moment, you always question if you did the right decision. But guess what? Yes, forgiveness is the right decision. Always. And your forgiveness comes from inside, deep inside you, in your highest level of your spiritual life, that you really forgive. But your physical presence, don't forget. So you don't want to be in the same trap where you're going to have to seek your higher self to forgive. And I'm going to bring in, along with that same topic about abortion. Yes, we have the right to forgive ourselves. Let's start with yourself. You've made a mistake. Is it fatal? Do you die out of it now? But you are alive to speak about it? Then you're going to have to forgive yourself. Because if you don't forgive yourself for the mistake that you've done, how can you forgive others? So the practice that we have to teach our brothers and sisters is to make sure they understand the forgiveness starts within. The respect for other women and for this grand, I mean, it's like the abortion and the right to live is so big beyond your imagination that you have to consider your action has to start with forgiving on what you've done, for your self-denial for forgiveness. Because that self-denial for forgiveness, if you don't forgive yourself, you're going to live with it for the rest of your life until the day that you realize that you need to forgive. Because our Creator gave us the free will. He will never, ever interfere with the free will. He wants us to live as free as it can be. He gave us the dominion over all the creatures, the crawling, the flying, and the swimmers. The unseen, they are there. But we have to understand, this is something that I will tell you from my own personal experience. If there's a will, there's a way. And your first will should be able to forgive yourself for your mistake. The fact that you identified your mistake, you will tell 11 other people that your mistake could have been fatal, but this is how you dealt with it. And those that knows and will in the future forgive themselves, you're forgiving not only your existence on this planet, but at the same time your spiritual being. This is something that we lack. We are always dragged into different situations, and the initial thing is for the mistakes that you've done, and you know it's clearly a mistake, the forgiveness start with yourself. And
Yeah.
even not the abortion situation.
That's a good point actually, and also there's this. You made a point that let me emphasize. There's also this perspective that you are not the person who, if you regret it, or if you, not just abortion but any decision, and you feel like, oh my, that was not something I did that was right or something, and you feel remorseful or something, and maybe even bitter. That's just a good indication that you are not the same person who made that decision. So you have to see yourself as you have to see yourself as somebody else, and that other person as somebody else, and you also have to forgive that person, right? So just an interesting matter of perspective that I wanted to point out. Also, yeah. Anybody else? Marie Antoinette, do you have anything to say?
I think sometimes the people we keep around us are the biggest hindrance to our forgiving ourselves. We have a culture of being extremely tough on others. For example, we have, someone who participates a lot on these platforms had his stream scheduled and had to cancel the stream quite a number of times. And everyone knows that he's struggling with some illness, recent illness. And still, the comments that I read, so harsh and unforgiving. We are naturally very hard on one another as Africans. It seems to be part of our culture. And I looked at my own situation as someone, trying to recover, or I haven't fully, but trying to recover from cancer. And the kinds of comments I had to deal with from Christians, it was amazing. I myself am a Christian, and I have had to stay away from other Christians in order to recover. That is part of our culture. They say the worst things when you are down. And that is part of the reason that many of these women, I think, are having a hard time forgiving themselves and recovering and moving forward. The comments of others around them, the judgment of religious people.
Ah, thank you, my internet. BJ, what about you?
You know, it's like when you're pointing your finger at someone else, you got four fingers pointing back at you. You know, it's easier to tear someone else down than to resolve the issues, the internal issues that you're dealing with yourself. And so by tearing someone else down, you somehow feel like you can elevate yourself, but in the long run, you have to face your own demons. So we all have to understand there's ups and downs in everyone's life. There are choices that everyone have to make. There's battles that we all have to face, and sometimes those battles we win, and years later you find out you're fighting the same battle. You're like, well, I thought I was done with you. When did you come back into my life? So we have to find a way to heal ourselves and heal the choices and heal the decisions that we make and find compassion and love and say, hey, if you can learn from the choices I made and make your steps a little bit easier, then here's my story. Hopefully it can help you in the long run. But tearing someone down is like it's a waste of time. And nowadays time is too precious to be wasting on things that's not going to elevate yourself and elevate others.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, BJ. So yeah, okay. Wait, what's happening here? Oh, Biggie is going to come back in. I think the next thing I wanted us to talk about. I think we've exhausted for forgiveness, and today I really want us to finish this topic. Let me tell you something, because we've been in this topic for now 10.5 hours. So the next is sharing of the secret, sharing the secret of your abortion. I think this is more sensitive to women to share their secret, but according to I'm moving towards with this book because this book really, to me, I felt like this book was the best example of it was the best example of just healing from abortion because the lady already had. I don't know if my internet have already read the book, but so reading this book, the lady seemed to be knowing what she's doing because she herself had an abortion. So, and she went through all these phases, and she says that she's helped plenty of women go through these phases, and I've seen women actually go through these phases online and other documents, even including the ones that we showed last week. So the next was sharing a secret of your abortion. Although I don't know, although I know I'm talking to women yeah, I think Biggie is gone, but I'm talking to women who have never had an abortion, or I'm assuming maybe you've had, but just an assumption. So I don't know if this is going to affect you, or it's going to, if maybe your opinion I don't know, but I feel like maybe this doesn't work only on Africa, on just abortion, but just in any life. When you have a secret, it takes a lot of effort to keep it. It takes a lot of energy. There is an energy that comes when you're keeping a secret, and sometimes just telling somebody about it, whether somebody trusted or maybe a psychiatrist or a counselor or somebody, just somebody. It lifts the burden. I think it doesn't have to be just this secret, but just any secret. It lifts the burden. You don't feel you don't feel as heavy as you did when before you told somebody, but now. So yeah, what do you guys think? More internet, what do you think about sharing your burdens, or maybe in this perspective, sharing the secret of an abortion?
Well,
Do you think
I
it's the wise choice? You can also criticize this theories. Yeah.
do suspect that this lady is Caucasian, and one thing I have noticed about Caucasians is that it doesn't matter what mistake they make, there is always a soft place to land. Somebody always offers a mattress, a pillow to land on. They never fall flat on the hard ground, you know. They could be doing the worst drugs. They could be engaging in pedophilia. It doesn't matter. There will be somebody who will show them compassion. Not so with Africans. We do not show compassion. So one must be very careful about who you decide to share your problems with. Very careful. I mean, something like cancer, you wouldn't think I would have to hide it, but no, it matters who I share it with, because the kinds of comments that I got, I was amazed that people could be so lacking in empathy in our African community.
Oh. What about you, BJ? Do you think? Okay, that's actually a very interesting perspective, my sister. Yeah. So Africans, okay, we may lack empathy. That's a, but I don't know. I feel like maybe there are empathetic Africans out here. I don't know. It's
There
like
are
even
some, but
yeah.
you have to look hard to find them. Like the ones who tend to be empathetic are students studying in a foreign country. There you would find brotherhood and sisterhood. But the ordinary person who you see at church, no.
Okay, what do you think, BJ?
I mean, it's like people sometimes feel like it's. I mean, I don't know why we have to tear each other down and not empathize and sympathize with anybody's situation. I mean, I always try to say there's two. Look at both sides and look at both perspectives before I like come to any conclusion. You know, but when somebody's going through something, I'm always trying to lift them up and not tear them down, because life is going to do that for you on its own. So it does not need my help. But to sit up there and say I'm a Christian and I'm supposed to be a loving person, and then you have the gall to try to just just pound on a person. How do you make that make sense? How does that elevate you? How does that make you better person by gloating on someone else's misery? I can never understand that. And to bring God into the middle of it, that to me is just like, oh, are you for real? I understand we've been through a lot. I understand how we have to be guarded. But can we start to elevate each other? Can we start to empathize and sympathize with each other? Have we been through enough? No one's perfect. No, show me one person on this planet who walked a perfect path all their life. The only one we can read about is Jesus. I think everybody else, we fall far short. So my thing is, if you're going to judge someone, judge yourself first.
Yeah, okay. You made okay, Marie Antoinette and you made two. You guys
I
have made
concur.
a really,
I concur. One thing that I would say, you're right. We're trying to be perfect as the Father. That's in the order. Be perfect in everything as you can. strive for perfection. That's a message for all our brothers and sisters. Strive for perfection. We're not looking for perfect person. There's no perfect person. There's no perfect human being. You got free will.
So, what do you guys think about? What do you guys think about now sharing your secret? So, that's a no. Is that what I'm getting? Like, sharing your secret is a no.
No, you just know you need to. Some people you can tell the world to. Some people you will come into your life and you can just feel all those barriers just melt away. Just some people have that effect on you, and you can be open and you can you know that you can just let them know everything, and you have, as Marie Antoinette, a soft place, a soft pillow to land on. Other people, you might be a little bit more guarded. So I mean, it just depends on the person, and you pray that everyone has someone in their life, or find someone in their life that they can share their secrets. But I know we're in an age of social media, and people feel like we can open up everything, but some things is better left unsaid sometimes. Being too open and not having other people's feelings. We shouldn't do that. No, we shouldn't be like, oh, I can say whatever I want, I can do whatever I want, because in the real world, and we still are living in the real world. No, you can't. And in some instances, no, you shouldn't. Everybody doesn't need to know everything. Find the people who need to know and share it with them.
Yeah, I find it sad that white people get to have emotional stability, right? Like, and the rest of us, we need to hold our secrets and carry the burden of having our secrets. I don't know, it feels unfair. It feels unfair. All you guys, I think it feels very unfair that now that the white people, because white people, they get to confess their secrets and they get to heal from their issues because they have that burden is gone. But as Africans, we get to just walk around with our traumas. And I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that's an unfair situation in the world. I don't think it should be like that. And I don't know. And I'm also doubtful that I feel like there are people, maybe there are Africans who are judgmental, definitely, and maybe we should also work on that. But surely they can't be nobody that you're confessing to, or somebody that you can just tell your secret, somebody, a private friend. Is really our world, the black world, that just full of distrust? And if there is full of distrust, then how can we unite as one Africa? If we don't even trust each other to that level, like, if you're all like, oh, no, this, we're all arm's length about each other. I don't know. What do you think, Biggie?
Man, he put me on the spot while I was reading Jonathan, and Marie Antoinette. I was trying to come to a point of agreement, not just agreement, but when two people have a problem, okay, do not share it to the world. The first thing you got to deal with is the person that you have a problem with. Close doors, bottle it out, and then make an agreement. If you don't have agreement, you pick a person together to talk to. It's not supposed to be, yeah, oh, I'm pregnant, auntie, uncle, da da da. Bring everybody in the same house. It's gonna be a chaos. There's a protocol. The two people that have the differences, they can try to discuss it and to come to agreement. If they don't, they got to bring at least somebody. One of them will agree, but the other one agree. Then you have to find somebody else on the other side in order to make this agreement to discuss. And when the discussion happened, the first discussion got to be between the two people without the interference of those other people that brought them together. So the way you share information, especially this information that is so personal for both the men and the women, has to be dealt with very delicately. You cannot share everything to everybody. You cannot have that blanket rule because you know what? There was more problem that comes along with it when you try to do something. Okay, so the best thing I was saying for couples who has differences in their lifestyle or whatever that they're going through, first of all, you make a stop to everything else. Write down what you have to think, just in case you forget something. Don't make it like a baggage. Don't make it like you're gonna go to the airport. Okay, just make it like you're gonna go on a short trip with just a little bag, and that bag should contain everything, the essential things that you need. So if you're gonna do the same discussion, you gotta think about the essential things that you're gonna be discussing about. You're gonna lay it out, and the other one is gonna also have a short baggage. Otherwise, if any of them comes with a bigger baggage and everything, you're gonna have to detail, go through it, and then you never resolve the issue because those those small portable luggages becomes two 50-pound sacks that you got to go through it. Make it short, concise, get to the point. This is my problem. A, B, C, D. And he's going to list the same thing. So you cannot share everything with everybody. You have to understand who you can trust for it. Even it might be your a therapist. It might be a doctor. It can be anybody that's really look for the benefit of your well-being. Okay, so every human being have that. Sometimes I cannot judge for everybody else. There's people that are lonely. One person by itself. And that has to deal with the questionnaires with the other partner, with the other person that's involved, and try to make this conversation. If this one misses it, the one that is lonely, the one that has so many supports, should be also willing to say, hey, I'm willing to discuss this. So, yes, I just want to touch on the Jonathan point. Yeah, we cannot share everything with everybody. Only the party that is involved. That's where it starts. Our problem as human being, we'll talk about it like crazy, like can never go back to each other. And the next thing you know, the two couples are together. And the people that are out there fighting for that specific side, they became left out. And at the same time, what happened? When something happens because it was not fixed right, then you're going to try to defend them. They're like, oh, no, we're not going to be participating in this. So anybody that has the differences, with whether it's abortion, whether it's going to be a marriage, your boyfriends, all your relationship, close your door, talk to the person that's directly affected with it. And then you both agree, if you don't have agreement, to bring somebody that you can both trust and say, let's have a discussion along with them. It's like we, as human beings, we always are like competitive. We always have that trigger when it comes to differences, and we're gonna start saying, trying to be dominant over the other one, and the other one is gonna be dominant over the other one. And this is human nature. So, in order to settle the scores, you're just gonna choose the person that's gonna choose to be the third person that can listen both sides, a good listener, a good advisor, and find you and sort out your ways. And this goes for everything. This is how the process should be. The difference, what do you call it? The difference of the sexes, right? You should have somebody that you can really trust when it comes to certain discussion. But at the same time, don't trust the one that's always going to be the one that's going to be in the market talking about you or talking about anybody else. And you know who I'm talking about. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. Do not inform that person. It's going to make your case even worse. So Maria Antonia is right. You know, you cannot share everything, and at the same time, you're not going to agree. You know, you got to be very specific what you're sharing with everybody. Otherwise, we lose our privacy the way the governments are trying to make us lose our privacy. We've been invaded. I mean, they know exactly where you're at. They know what you're doing. They can put all these line dots and everything else. They can go online and find out exactly where you've been. So that's part of the privacy that we give out our own self. But when it comes to relationships, when it comes to this kind of discussion, I think the two party has to close their doors. Don't talk to your sister. Don't talk to your brother, because they'll be on your side anyway, and then they're gonna be really pounding you with information that you never thought you were looking at that level. So close your door, discuss it. Don't tell nobody. If it doesn't work, choose the person that you can trust both for both benefit. Somebody that looks best for both. That's one of the answers. Monetezi, you were asking me another question now. I just got so zoned into it.
No, 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 no. You've gone into it. You've gone deep into it. It's probably, yeah. Although I wanted to, when it comes to sharing a secret, right? Like, what's the problem about live? What's wrong with living in the open, right? What's wrong with the? I see there are people who live like that. Like there are people who live like open books, and I don't know. Sometimes you feel like, oh, this guy is having when it comes to mental health, like they seems to be, even if they put their mistakes in the open, although sometimes maybe they're not. Maybe that's what they want us to think they are. But I don't know. I feel like they are more freer. They look way. They seem to look more freer when. A good example is just to put maybe American politics on the like Donald Trump, like his flaws are like there. They're just like they're there for you to see. Like, yeah, this is what he did. This is the crazy things he's done, and you see as a candidate, and maybe politically, and even we have those guys even in Kenya, politicians like that, who just who like these are my flaws. This is who I am. I have this thing. And they seem not to be under the same pressure as guys who are closed. So I was just curious that sharing your secret, like sharing your secret to everybody, like leave alone, because that's just let everybody know, especially when it comes to abortion, or something that is bothering you in this level, this caliber. If you share it to everybody, because perhaps this book tends to, that's what it tries to show, and Antoinette has said that maybe that's a bad thing, but perhaps when you share it to everybody, no matter the judgment, yeah.
I'll tell you the first. I told you my father is my best friend, and not only just father. I respect him on the top list. Time when he was alive, God bless his soul. I told him one day. I said, "Dad, I got to tell you a secret." Right? That was my first experience about secrets. Okay, first hand, because I've been told something. And I'm like, and this is supposed to be staying among my friends, right? And I said, okay, who can understand me to disclose the secret? It's just too much for me to hold on to, right? And I said, Dad, I got a secret to tell you. He looked at me dead in the eye. He said, is there anybody behind you with a gun that you must tell me the secret? Is there somebody that's stepping in your stomach to spill out the secret? Because guess what? I know I'm your father, your best friend, but don't trust me that I'm going to hold on to that secret, because if you cannot handle it, if you cannot hold it, how can I hold it? You're just basically transferring it to me and keep me responsible for it. And he said, you know what? I don't want to hear it. That
Yeah,
was the first lesson about secret. Because there's no secret between me and my father. There's no secret. But if I addressed it as a secret, he said, well, making sure that I'm going to hold on to that secret. You cannot even hold on to it. Keep the secret and make sure you are a secret keeper, because the person that told you of his own secret, he cannot even handle it. He has to share with you. So it has to end with you and never talk about it. There are secrets that I know in my life. I don't even tell them as a joke because of that swearing to my father. He said, promise me, Charlie, if somebody tells you a secret, it's a secret till he discloses it, because that's his secret. You're the keeper. Because when you've been told the secret, he was seeking a solution. And for that solution, if you don't have a solution, then shut up. Don't even bring it up. You hold that secret until it reveals it on his own, willingly, and it's not a secret anymore. And then he learn out of it why it's been secret. And he didn't get the solution, but then he find the solution when it becomes disclosed, and people are going to be talking about it. But the secret of abortion, boy, sharing that information, we all know we're going to be sharing that information about, to begin with, your pregnancy. Okay? I'm going to start on the female side on how she feels, and then on the men that caused that and what he's going to say. A lot of times, a male that got a woman pregnant, he's not going to get and tell on the average, oh, you know what, I got my girlfriend pregnant. Yep. Because the fact that even the listener is expecting how you're going to handle it, they never give him a solution. They will ask him back on how he's going to handle it. And some of the answer, the poor choice versus the opposite, that goes in his mind on whatever the situation. By the way, we're not talking about a 50-year-old woman and a 55-year-old man having a pregnancy issue. I'm talking about the youth where he can get together with a younger woman. The older man at the 60, 55, and he's got a 28-year-old girlfriend, and she get pregnant, and he said, bring it on. And sometimes they will have their own influences on which way they're going to go. Because the 60-year-old man is not going to start with 1, 2, and 3, and 4, 18. Then that brings him to be 78. That's a different discussion. But I'm talking about the youth, where they can produce 6, 8, 14 kids. That age frame. Okay? So he's not going to share that information. Oh, I got my girlfriend pregnant. Maybe he's got a best friend. He's probably going to squeeze it in, saying, I think my girl's pregnant, but I'm not sure. That's how he's going to leave it on. She might be sure that he knows what happened, how long it's been, but he's not going to disclose it. And imagine how it comes. You think she's going to be not the same way? They're equally responsible for this pregnancy. So the way these couples are situated, again, like Rich said, college time, something that you're going to be doing. Pressure. It's familial pressure makes you go away. Which way are you going to go away? So sharing your secret about specifically abortion, this is not a Sunday topic. You're not going to say, oh, well, I just went out there and got my abortion. And tell all your friends. Because you know what? Deep down, you know it's wrong. You did unnatural thing. So when you stick to the natural thing, then you do something unnatural. Okay, what's the process? When you get pregnant, God is giving you time for 9 months to deliver another baby. Okay? Now you interrupt it, or whatever the stage of the fetus. On top of that, you're gonna go and share and say, "Oh, I aborted." Some women do. I've heard some women that were so proud of abortion, and equally the childless. This is in my own statistics, my own experience, my opinion. Again, but sharing the secret of abortion is amazing. There's certain information that I have to hold back, but I'll tell you that the experiences where, let alone abortion, when they have miscarriage, the women don't want to talk about it. Parents don't want to talk about it. Even of miscarriages, nobody talks about it. It's one of the saddest things that can happen to a human being. When you're expecting and you lose a child. That's another, what do you call it? Natural. It's just something that you're not willing, not without your will, just because certain complication, women tend to lose their children rather with pregnancy. And that is another emotional holocaust for both men and women, what you're expecting. So, your secret, the line says, sharing a secret. If it is a secret, it is a secret. Don't share it. Because it's a secret. Just like my father said, nobody's holding gun to my head. It's a secret. Nobody's standing on my stomach. Just spill it out. Just a sentence sharing the secret of your abortion. The secret of abortion. The key word is secret. And the secret. And keep it on the secret. Because society will destroy you. Because society is going to talk about your abortion. And they'll look at it in a negative way, even though they are pro abortion. Sometimes they have to be very careful. You have to understand that it's a secret. You should stay secret. Nobody behind stepping on you to spit out that's what it's secret. I don't care what it takes. If you call it secret, it's secret. You gotta keep that promise. That's all I have to say on that secret your portion. Keep it.
Okay. I think we've learned a lot. Thank you, Biggie, for perspective. And also, my internet. I would have thought that this was a simple, this was straightforward. I didn't think, but now I realize that maybe there is something nuanced to this, just not sharing to everybody. Although that is what. Okay, I didn't know that. So yeah, the next topic is the next point of discussion is grieving a loss, and here is where things get a little bit now specific to those who have had an abortion. I don't know. It's a little deep. I was hesitant to say these things because maybe it's controversial, but sometimes, yeah, just decided let me just go. Maybe it can help somebody, or maybe it can help you, maybe it can't. Maybe it's controversial, but let me just say it in another way. Grieving the loss of your child, meaning that the child that you have aborted, like acknowledging that, you know, that you have lost a child. First of all, that is like the first that's the first stage of grief. Basically, acknowledging that there was life, you know. And I don't know, a lot of people can be hesitant to this thing. A lot of people can be hesitant because especially if you feel like it's not your thing that life begins at 9 weeks or something like that. So, but for those who are now getting bothered by this, right? Those who are getting bothered, yeah, you could just acknowledge that, and you're looking to heal. Yeah, you can just acknowledge that. You know what? I've lost somebody, and it's it's hitting me hard. And you can also, in the end of the day, you can grieve. Grieving is very good. Grieving is actually an important part of healing because in the end of the day, as we said in the beginning of this stream, I said that abortion is still the process of the emotional process of handling abortion is similar to just handling death. So when you handle death, there is always the perspective of grieving. So if those who are not are still are struggling, like yeah, grieve, grieving is also a healthy part of mental wellness. Or what do you think, Maria Antoinette?
Hi. Sorry, could you repeat the question? Whether grieving your loss, what would you like to know? My nephew is giving me a hard time.
In the perspective of your baby, in like grieving the loss of your unborn child, basically. What is your perspective? Is this also something to be criticized of the book, or is this?
It certainly would. Well, I mean, as the book itself had said, it's not the same for every person. One major topic that we touched on before was the support that the person receives, the quality of the emotional maturity of the people around her to help her to grieve in a way that wouldn't be destructive to her. See, a large part of it depends on the support that she receives, because it's not something that someone would do alone, given the depth of the trauma. It's not something someone would do alone without feeling, great distress. And that's why I cautioned at the beginning, staying away from people who have extremist views, who would just add to her guilt instead of helping her to truly heal. The company
Yeah.
we keep in dealing with, in navigating trauma, the company we keep is of utmost importance.
Yeah, you've spoken some truth, because there's also the perspective of yeah, the people who are around you allow you to grieve. That also goes back to the sharing of your secret, right? Because
Yes,
people
definitely.
don't, if people don't know what, if people don't know what you did, right? If people don't know the act, so they will not understand. They may not even give you that space because they don't understand what the emotions you're going through.
And surprisingly, people also do not know how to resist saying inappropriate things.
Ah, so this goes back to the question: should people know that you've had an abortion so that you can go through the emotion and everybody can be appropriate?
Um, that really depends on the quality of the people. It's
Support.
yeah, it's a judgment call on
Marie Antoinette, Marie
part.
Antoinette, for me, no,
I agree.
no, absolutely not. The person itself is grieving the loss, regardless how you see it. And on top of that, sharing that information, unless you're gonna make an education out of it, something that you're gonna you person the experience of it, but disclosing that information in the society that we live in, they can go along with it, no problem. But there's always a point. Always. We human beings are very critical. And unless you're asked to be totally honest in the new relationship that you have, a new wedding, even including, you cannot even say, hey, honey, there's certain thing that I didn't disclose, but there's something that I want to keep, that I just want you to understand that I should keep it for myself. And this is nothing to do in our relationship right now, but something that I live with. When he's insistent and being supportive, you can spill the beans. But depending on how this run, why should you go about all this different other way, how he thinks, how she thinks, the way I'm going to do it? Because, by the way, it's how he thinks. Because it's the woman that aborted, not the men. I say absolutely not to disclose this information because we're human. Some people just pack and leave. On a good relationship that you just started, you just got married. But again, it's you that has to bear the secret within yourself. Because you disconnected certain natural things and you will die with it. If you really want to have the true life, that feeling guilty is the one that became secret. And the guilt part, why you pass it on to your new partner? What was it going to be thinking? You're not the creator. It's a free will.
So okay, that's an interesting point Biggie you're talking about. So your partner should never know that you had an abortion.
No, it's a dealing that she has to deal with herself. You shouldn't. Why are you hurting? Because he
Oh,
probably wants to have children with you.
yeah, but okay, if your partner doesn't know that you're going high, are you being fair to your partner?
You're fair. That's your business when you made that decision. Only your business. Unless you shared it to the whole world. You don't want somebody to tell him about it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's an interesting point. That's an interesting.
Yeah, because
but
you made
if
the
you're grieving,
decision. You made the
but
decision, and you're trying to be honest about it, and you're gonna have to carry this man child.
yeah, in the end of the day, okay, if you're grieving
Nobody,
or you
nobody, nobody is standing on your stomach to spill your secrets. Nobody. Even Xavier gave you the free will. Nobody's supposed to be enforcing you and to spill everything that you have experienced in your life. How about the woman that dated about 250 people? Now she found her love and she's going to be making family and everything. And he disclosed that to the men that he married. What's the reaction?
okay,
What is the counter reaction? Oh, people are talking about it, but he's got to want to hear it from the person that he's marrying. And she tells him, "Well, yeah, I've been with 250 men." What is he going to do? It's disclosed. For what reason?
oh,
What reason?
okay, okay, you made a it's a very it's a very interesting point you're making, brother Biggie. So okay, now your partner in a marriage, I don't know, can see you grieve and he doesn't know why you're grieving, right? And I don't know, wouldn't it make you feel like that if you're a man and you see a woman is going through some, some weird emotions that you have no idea the source of, you know? For for
Going
sure,
back to the forgiveness, you see, we're going back to earlier conversation. Forgiveness. You have to forgive yourself for all your mistakes because your creator forgives you in a flashpoint. If you're gonna keep holding it and it's still hurting you, you gotta seek a way, a point to forgive yourself. You have to be grateful for being aware that you have a point to forgive yourself so you can move on with your life. There's no perfect human being. We know that. And at the same time, you have to forgive yourself. So to keep your secrets. But if you are the talkative type, wanted to spill all the beans in the public, and there will be an adverse situation because as far as I know, secrets are secrets. They stay with you for a lifetime, whether it's your secret, whether you hurt somebody else's secret, until the real truth comes on the original secret keeper. But if you had an abortion, if you have all kind of life story, you can say, oh, just I want you to know, because commonly in a certain area, you're going to see the same men somewhere. And the way things comes, there are certain things that you're going to explain things. Until that time, keep your secret. Nobody's standing on your side. We're allowed to have a secret because we have the right and the free will to do so. Some
yeah,
people, you said, they want to be private, in their life. If they're private, they keep all the secret too. And a lot of us, we want to keep our privacy in certain ways to maintain a healthy relationship with the world. I met you in Kenya. You're in Kenya, you know.
yeah,
But there's certain private information that I like not to disclose. But my experience I'll deliver it in different ways because when you talk about loss and going through the loss and grieving and try to lose it somewhere in life while you're living, unless you're dummy, you don't care nothing, you will go through all you know. But at the same time, it's for you to accept everything. It's you to forgive yourself. If you are guilty of anything else, right? But grieving, including the loss of our loved ones, always there. And I always says to my family when I lost my father, I lost my brother, I said, remember their smiles. Remember their being. What they did to make you laugh. What did they teach you? These are the most important things to keep you in your memory, and that will give you healing. The healing point, this unborn child, okay, you anticipated to be born. Suddenly, different things happen, miscarriage, the passings. You have to pass through that and still receive your blessings. So, grieving your loss, yes, is there, but forgiving yourself through that process of loss, that you don't have to hold on. We're not here to worship each other. Otherwise, we're all, as they say now, we're all gods. Okay? But we are part of God. We are created to have dominion in this world. The grieving process, I've been telling even the audience, I went through a lot of things the last, month. Yes, this is grieving. It's a process. The way you're going to heal is just looking at the positive thing, the time you spend, the memories. But this unborn child is you didn't see it. You didn't. It's there. It was in your womb. And that loss for the mother is so great that we try to ignore it. We talk about all these divorce laws, all this government interference, trying to tell me how to live my life, how to process your abortion, all that. I don't need that. Each individual woman that was pregnant at the time, and when she terminates the pregnancy, it leaves a scar. Whether you like it or not, it will leave a scar in you. And you have to deal with it for the rest of your life. It's not something you're going to forget. It's how you handle it. For those who lost their babies for different reasons, natural reasons, child died in the womb. And when they lose that, it's another level of grievance that everybody thinks. No, they're equal. They're still going to be impacting you. One, you're ready for it. The other one, you're not ready for it. But when it does happen, it detaches that uterus and get out of your system. The body was ready. Whether you're going to nurse it or not, it's going to nurse it. But you terminated it or you lost it. It always leaves a scar. It's not about being pro-life or anything else, but it's just the natural effect of it. You'll be down 30 years later and said, "Oh, I wish I had that child." And the one that lost the child because of natural causes, I still grieve my lost son, child. You know, we're human. We have that process. And grieving loss, it's just it's a loss. You grieve it, whether it's natural or unnatural. So it starts with forgiving yourself. And whatever that you've done, you got to forgive yourself. You forgive yourself, you're open to a new chapter. That means you're going to move on in life. But don't forget, and actually this topic is about child, or not really child, but even in the fetus level, whatever that we're going to call it, in people, it's a life that terminated, and that has consequence. The consequence, the first thing you're going to have is going to be the grief, whether you aborted it, whether you lost it. You still have a sense of grieving because we women. Some people might take it as natural, done it about 5, 6 times. They don't care because you've been doing it over and over. But again, I'm talking about the very specific, unique, a one-time deal, and how much they grieve the first time. Because it says when you do something wrong and you're doing it over and over, you know what happened? You know what they tell you? He got used to it. I'm not talking about those. He got used to it. That's the difference. When you talk about loss and it became in your own personal level, that's why we said grieving your loss. But if it is something that you're doing it over and over, you actually accept it as normal. I'm not talking to those about those because human nature is so diverse in different ways. I always thank Xavier for giving us such diversity. You know, there's a lot of goodness in us. It's just how to practice the goodness. And for whatever reason that you've done something wrong, just start by forgiving yourself. Because by forgiving, you will get a clarity. You're not pressured anymore. You relieve from pressure and understand the process. And anything that comes in front of you, you know the right and wrong. Breathing is an identification of what is right and wrong. And I don't want to be like labeled like pro-life or all that. No, it starts within yourself. It's a given gift in the creation. He created us equally. He gave us all the opportunity. The most beautiful thing that I enjoy is the free will. I respect that from him, that he gave me that free will, and I never will infringe in someone else's free will. Who am I? When I see my friend that was grieving his loss, I'll be there to console him, support him, to support her. That's my human duty, being human with the free will. If our intentions are right, this is the seed that I want to plant in Africa, in the world. Good intentions, good deeds. These are the things that I want to push. I'm not going to be here arguing about pro-life and that, this and that. We get things complicated. Everybody has the free will. It's just when it comes to decision making or what you want to do about it, there are consequences that goes along with it. Nobody tells these people that goes into abortion, and yeah, it's easy. We'll do this, that, this, and it's done. That's the physical part of it. But the emotional, the spiritual level of your high self, because we are spiritual beings, it will hunt you down the road. And quickly understand and stop forgiving yourself. Because it's a free will. By forgiving yourself, you identify the mistakes. You are the head of the ball game. You're catching up. But how many of them will understand that? The exercise of your free will. Not too many. And that's the seed that I want to put in. That's the seed that I want to plant on every human being. The, the good deed, the will of sacrifice to do better for others. This pro abortion, abortion not, you know what? It's, it's not a big deal. It didn't get started with us. It's been there for thousands of years. It's been there. But what it does affect is the individual that is in that predicament to make the decision. I'll give you the choice. But it's on you. Whether you take the right or wrong, it doesn't matter. It's you. But at the same time, you're stopping the natural event, including the body that's ready to nurture it. They give us the choice. But at the same time, I want to protect my brothers and sisters. Yes, you got choice. You have the free will. Thanks to me. Make a wise choice. When you decide, whichever end you're going to take, this to the day you die. Take that responsibility.
Yeah, that's a beautiful way to finish this huge men's topic. Took 11 hours and what? It took 11 hours and 30 minutes. So, but I think we've done a lot. We've exhausted a lot. I really want to just finish. I think we're finished. Thank you, Biggie. Thank you, Internet. Yeah, I feel relieved myself.
Thank you.
Anybody, Internet? Anything you have to say about maybe grieving your loss or anything that my brother Biggie has spoken?
No, I'm grateful for Biggie's words. I'm very much in agreement with what he has said.
Well, I don't think I have nothing else to say. I'm just happy that we finally finished this abortion. Yeah, I don't know. I think next we might talk about what Maria Antoinette raised about responsibility in men. I don't know. Maybe that's a good topic to explore, and also women. So should I close with a prayer, or does anybody? Biggie, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah. One more thing that I want to add is that the urgency of Swali Nation One Africa office, it will reflect on what we stand. It's not about being pro-choice or not. It's how our African brothers and sisters in Africa and as well in diaspora make a decision based on what is right and what is wrong that qualifies within ourselves. So this is the time that we reflect the importance about this One Africa office, what it does represent, and what we stand for. And at the same time, our mission is very simple. We're going to be hit from pro-abortion, not abortion, death or not, this war, that war, which prime minister or president we're going to be supporting one way or the other. It's all distraction. And we'll deliver on a well defined way, just the way I define Wade versus Roe. It's not about that. It's about the choice we make. And the choices is based on free will. Understand that. Because one way or the other, you do this, that one, you're the one that's going to live with it. Make the wise decision. Because we're not babies. We're here to grow and let grow. Protect each other. Understand our mission. And that's what we're trying to build this one office. We are real and we represent all the voices that comes to Swahili Nation One Africa. It's up to you, those that's going to listen. It's up to you to make this decision, to make a difference in the development of One Africa. We're on the development level. I said the AU, no, I said the OAU. It's an African Union organization. Okay? And I want everybody to understand we're going to be shut down, we're going to be in everything for no reason. This is not a political platform. This platform is for the people, by the people. Us, we make the difference. We put our idea, we put our passion to help one another in any condition in life. We're born successful. All of us, in poverty, in richness, in wealth, in anything, we're all born successful. Because when we are created, we are equal. So I want you to really pay attention in your heart how fast we can put this office on the ground and it has an address. Because the world addresses us by addresses, by name, by our organization. This is a peaceful organization that wants a peaceful Africa. We're non-political. And we're going after the low-hanging fruits. What our people needs: food security, national security, equal treatment globally. We stand together, we succeed together. We divide, our death is not that far. And again, it's not about pleading and asking for giving. It's your duty, our duty, to put a representation for ourselves. We have nothing to lose. Nothing. My mind is one. I breathe, eat, drink, sleep in Africa. Be generous. This foundation is going to make a difference. We're going to build it by us, by the people, and we're going to make sure that we have the direction that's clear for people, because our people, our Black nation, is born successful. I will say to you all, we're handpicked, we're designed correctly according to the Creator, our examiner. We are perfect. He gave us the ability, after all these years, to have this kind of platform to express our voice. We are. Because we are. I'm not without we are. Take that to your heart. Think about it. And let me see some result. I want to see some result. And I'm not going to stop. My mind and my heart, my emotion are driven for my continent. I'm going to reclaim my continent. That's the attitude we should all have. Reclaim your continent. Otherwise, somebody else will be fast enough to snatch it away from you. It's been done 500 years ago, and they're not that far to do so. Reclaim your continent. And I believe it's why the nation One Africa, we're putting everything we can possibly put in here. And I always said, I don't need 1.3 billion to make a decision on that. Very few of us collectively networking create this respect, the respect for being Black Africans. It's up to you. You deliver it. Show me. Are you in or you're out? But no matter what, there are so many of us that are in. Put those words out. Reclaim your African continent. Reclaim. That's all I have to say, Monte.
Okay. Thank you, my brother Biggie. So, yeah, maybe I'll close with a word of prayer. Unless, Maria Antoinette, do you have anything to add or to?
No, I think I've said enough. Thank you. Thank you. It was a beautiful stream. Thank you for your efforts, Manti.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Biggie. So let me pray. It's raining cats and dogs here, but let me first pray then. Heavenly Father, thank you for everything you have blessed us with. Thank you for this stream. Thank you for allowing us to have this platform. Thank you for One Africa Swahili Nation and the people in the comment section, the people in the panel, and the whole family. Bless us with the good health and good living. In your spiritual name we pray and believe in. Amen. So, yeah. It's raining in Mombasa in the midnight. It's raining. It's raining cats and dogs. Hope you guys. How's the weather over there?
I would say, let the rain that is out there as a blessing across Africa, and let it rain in there and bless and wash us of all the sins that are giving us heartache. Here is sunny and it's a pleasant, beautiful weather. And on the east side, meaning the Washington D.C., and our weather is really collaborating today. It's just the most beautiful, no humidity, and I always thank Xavier whenever he puts that out because it's a beautiful Sunday. For those of you that listen to this again, may Xavier bless you all and may he covers you. We are created to do well. And remember, my African brothers, you're born successful. You're born from a beautiful land, beautiful continent. Remember that. Never let yourself down. Never had a doubt. We go through our situations, but at the same time, let's confront them heads on. Find the solution to progress, prosperity, health, and being what we've been created for. You didn't get picked for nothing as being black. And the amazing thing for your secret is always there for the one that's being persecuted just because of our color. So we are protected from the get go. Be proud of it, show it, stand together, love one another, don't falter. Everything else that you see in the round world that influences us to do the negative things is because we're successful. We're born successful. The poor, the rich, the wealthy, the health, everything that you see. I just want to put that. I don't know. Today, I've been driven to this higher level that I understand what Xavier is telling me. I understand that he created us in his own image. He created us to be successful. Our dominion is over the world. The one that flies, the one that the plants, the seas, everything. And guess what? We got the largest continent that represent already. We're not small things here and there. We're huge, big continent. If that doesn't convince you, why is that all the black has the huge continent? Look at Europe, how small. Look at America, how small. Look at the Chinese, how small. They all can be part in Africa, and still we got a lot of room left. We're the largest. That's the signal that they want to hide from us. How big of a continent that we have, how big we represent in the landmass to begin with. So Africans, my brothers and sisters, my black brothers and sisters abroad in diaspora, be proud. You got the largest continent that can represent the color black. Be proud. It picked you because you're a fighter. You're a righteous fighter. Just put it together. Network. Collaborate. Make Africa the most beautiful continent. It's always beautiful, by the way. It's just us. We'll let them paint it ugly. Our continent is huge. That should give you a signal. Do the work. You get paid. It's a blessing that we have. Again, Mundatezi, it was a beautiful session. Great coverage. I appreciate you, my brother. Take your time to cover this. And again, those that are in our comment section, we really appreciate you. And one more prayer is I want to also pray for Maria Antoinette again, for Kaku, my brother Izana. I want to pray for Deborah, Dr. Zadaka, that I'm here for quite a while. And for all the hosts, may Xavier protect you so we can continue delivering a message and receive the message from our people. This is a blessing. And again, I pray for Mika to endure all this challenge that he's facing. May he bless you. Pastor Israel, the same thing. Professor Israel, Professor Ebenezer. At the same time, my big brother, Pastor Israel. Tanzan, you guys are putting all your hard work and deliver. Me, being myself, I ask Xavier just to put your blessing and covers you from anything that's going to be deceiving. I love you all. Swahili Nation One Africa has been beautiful for me for passing this word. Thank you, Monday Tuesday. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Biggie. Thank you, Maria Antoinette. Yeah. So it's a wrap, right? Does anybody, Maria Antoinette, do you have any closing words, or are you okay?
What's that?
Maria Antoinette, do you have any closing words, or you're okay?
No, I'm okay. I'm just well, I have to rest and get ready for tomorrow's streams and also for Tanzan's stream on Tuesday. And well, we do.
Oh, yeah.
We have. I do hope I see a little more participation from the males on Tuesday. Manchester United will be playing Liverpool on Tuesday morning, and hopefully they can save some of that energy that they get from watching the game and participate on Tuesday's stream with Tanzan. I'm sure it will be an exciting event between Manchester United and Liverpool.
We're on the opposite. Believe me, it's something that me and my father goes a long time about. We had a lot of fans until Manchester United just kind of coming around, but a lot of us were Liverpool fans, so I never changed. So me and you are gonna have a talk once the game goes.
Manchester isn't doing so well these days.
Yes, and Liverpool are the one really the backbone of football. I would say the backbone of football. How it's played.
Liverpool has very good management at the moment. See.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, Liverpool was like for years, has been always looked upon on the players, the fan. Actually, the fan is crazy. I'll say that. I mean, Liverpool fan are very out there, crazy. Yes.
Yeah. I've never been to a stadium because I'm afraid of fans from that country in general. So I just
yeah. You saw a lot of the Liverpool fan reaction. It's just I don't know. It's just I mean, Manchester United. Yes, they got players and stuff that they've been harvested. Most of them, where right. Just, sometimes they'll come also in the African Cups. I'm like, what? It's just again, football is football. I mean, it's just I think most Africans really plugs into the football arena, but I think we should really endorse also ourselves in the African continent as a World Cup and all that. It's just, the African teams are coming along.
Yes, especially Senegal.
Yep. And that training is amazing. I don't know. I was like in the 10th Cup, African Cup championship. and we had it was in Ethiopia, in Addis, and when that happened, it was just so, oh my lord, it was just, imagine they got all these players that comes and trained in my high school. We got one of the largest, it's a French school, it's one of the largest, you know, a stadium actually, from all the schools in Ethiopia and Addis. And they all had a schedule and they come in practice and looking at the whole teams coming in. It's just, you know, it's just overwhelming. I'll never forget that year, you know, when Keita, I don't know if you remember Keita when we had the game, and he showed me the way to score. It's one of those when you hit the ball face down, what the goalkeeper is coming, and the ball will bounce and it goes above the goalkeeper without missing the goal. And he did score that score because I saw him practicing over and over and over. I said, this must be something. And then when it did happen to me, when I scored that goal the same way he hit it, it's priceless. It's just the learning. You see, and we have a lot of youngs. Unfortunately, they've been harvested to those big leagues. But Africa has players. That's what I want to conclude this conversation when it comes to football. Right, Mondatezi?
Mondatezi? Oh.
I think he's on mute. Yeah, I said we got the big players being harvested from Africa.
Yeah, but that's just in the league. But they play well. I don't know. I feel like just if you look at France, France,
right?
That's Africa. That's one Africa. That's one.
Man, Antoine, that's the thing that I was trying to tell you. You know, it's like the Greek guy. You remember the Greek commentator that got fired from NBC or something? Remember the Greek when he made a comment? He said, "Listen, you know, they got this and that. Now, you know, they taking over our football. You know, they take, you know." It's like, you know, he said this nonsense. You know, I don't understand some people how they think, but he lost his job over this.
Yeah.
And we prove it again over and over. Look at the basket players. Look at the football players. Look at all the leagues in sports. And they're leading, it's all blacks.
Yeah.
We should be respected more than that as blacks.
Yeah.
You know? So that's another topic for another day because I just don't want to take this longer because
it's okay, Biggie. You can talk about football.
The beauty of men mentoring other men is always a good place to end the conversation. I mean, it's a positive end.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we're striving. We got a lot of CEO coming up with different companies and still showing a way to do business. Very proud of them because, again, like I said, we're born successful. It's just how to get out of that mud and shine. Because that mud is our food. It's our background. And that's how we're going to grow. It's just like having a little grain that's planted, a little seed, and then how it goes through the dirt and come out a beautiful flower. Every African. That's how we are. You can be implanted between rocks, but we still shine. Appreciate yourself. We, as African brothers and sisters, as blacks, we should appreciate ourselves. Because appreciation to yourself, remember the same topic that we had, forgiveness?
Yes.
We are hard in forgiving ourselves.
Yeah.
And so if we forgive ourselves on every step that along the way, we will excel a lot faster.
Mm-hmm.
The blessing is within us because he goes after the one that's been persecuted. The one, this is natural given state that if you do something wrong to specifics, it will automatically rebel against you. Then you have to face the consequences. And we blacks suffered for a long time. And unfortunately, there won't be no white or pink without the black.
Mm-hmm.
Black is the number one needed paint to make all the other colors.
Mm-hmm.
You can have white. White is going to be white. You can have pink. It's going to be pink. But the pink came in because there's black in it.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, we're born successful, my brothers and sisters. We're born. We're designed because we're resilient. We are rebellious. And we react. That's what African is.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Biggie.
Absolutely. You're very welcome. Thank you, Mondatezi. We're about to go.
Yeah. Thank you guys also for joining the stream for everything really contribution. Mario Antoinette, he was here also in the last week's stream, and yeah, we stayed 7 hours. So I can see why she's really a little bit tired.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have to work on my stamina. Definitely. Yeah.
Make exactly work on your stamina.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
He give you all that. I'm very proud of you, Marie Antoinette. I'm very proud.
You.
You don't understand.
Thanks so
It's
much.
just so proud of you coming in and knowing what we know. At the same time, the family giving everything for praying for you. It's just amazing.
Thanks.
And we're blessed to have you on this show. And everything that you do, comment on panels, you're awesome.
Thank
May
you.
Xavier bless you with everything. May your healing comes a lot faster.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Biggie.
You're welcome.
No. So yeah, is it
All
all
right. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It is a wrap.
Bye, WWPC. We have somebody, at least he caught the prayer. So,
Yes. Amen. Amen.
amen.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.